Kinda or definitely?
There we go.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah,
No.
Barry, you got to take your dog out.
Yeah, now that we've gone live, you gotta make sure your dog, who I think is laying upstairs with my mother, needs to not be taken out. So, hello, and welcome back to Rough Rolling, where pain is the name of the game, apparently.
Hell yeah.
What a exciting episode, I guess the last one was. I had some developments in these past few weeks, in and out of game. So, for those of you whose first time this is, don't worry, we're hopefully going to catch everybody up. But first, as is tradition, let's just get our usual retrospective on what occurred last week. So, go ahead, Birch.
All right. Well, there was the incident outside of the place we just came from, Innsbruck, where we set up an ambush, and then after that ambush, we had a little bit of cleaning up to do. So it was around that time we thanked the Outriders and took the prisoner Drow back to the Valier Society, who had us take them to a safe house that was nearby. We chartered a ship to Lunabrook, and about halfway there, took a ferry for the remainder. There was a teary farewell between Daxius and some of his followers on the docks, which allowed some of them to come, but he had to say a few hard farewells.
He invited all of them and then told some of them they were allowed to come. So.
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah, I
about right.
should have probably done that in the reverse order, but
Probably just not invite the ones that you were going to scorn in the first place. Just tell them you're leaving. But anyway.
The first leg of the trip, I believe, was mostly uneventful, but I did get a missive from a coyote who was rather foul-mouthed and gave me a letter asking me to make contact with the iron ore we'd collected via dream from someone named Dorian, and it was questionable as to where this information had even come from. But I had a little more to drink than usual, turned in early, and emerged into the bar with Fernix. I explored the dreamscape somewhat, thankfully with the caution that I was bid to do so with, and found various small scenes that sort of moved forwards and then back again, seemingly on repeat. But the last room I entered was some sort of a meeting place. It seemed like an office of some kind. I spoke with another one of the large four-armed metal aliens named Dorian, the one who sent the letter, of course, and explained that, well, he explained, rather, that he knows about what goes on outside of the Ion, and that what we're after has some relation to Lawrence, my dead master, and that he'd seen his death from someone else's eyes. That we're trying to stop the device, or whatever you would call it, from being found out. And that was the most of the dream that I was able to make sense of. Busied myself for the rest of the trip making a bunch of things, and that's about usual for my off time. So we eventually made dock in Lunabrook, and Giru immediately got to plotting a heist, which prompted Daxius to reveal that he'd already done much of what was coming to the dwarf's mind, and that it hadn't gone very well. We checked into the Valier chapter house, and we were reunited with Oliver and, one of our other associates whose name still escapes me.
Eret.
Right. Eret. But Oliver was in a bad way, delirious beyond reckoning and ill, with what appeared to be an infected leg, and he'd come under care like this, they tried the usual disease removal spells and had yet to attempt to remove a curse, which I said I did attempt the following day. Also met Turs Tamek, who is the master of the chapter house, a canid with a clockwork armored leg and something up with his eye. Not sure exactly what that's about. And I believe there was mention of meeting with Vic'Talion's mentor, which we said might be easier if we did so on the morrow, considering how late it had already become.
All right. So, that is all accurate. I know there were some other smaller conversations that happened that your character wasn't privy to. Not too much. So, as we get back into the scene where we left off, it's about 8 o'clock at night. You've been left to your own devices, more or less. What you do with the rest of your evening, as much or as little as is left, really, is up to you. So, is there anything that anyone wants to do this evening?
Just find a place to bed. Because it's pretty late, isn't it?
8 o'clock.
Oh yeah. So probably just settle down for the night, and tomorrow will be the big day.
So, as a player, I'm gonna ask for something that'll probably take a few weeks. But you know, like how in like shopping malls they just have like a list of different categories for things.
Mm-hmm.
What is Xenophons?
Xenophons. Xenophons is a
I-
restaurant.
I was gonna say it's probably like a bar. Like I figure most of these are restaurant names,
These
but
are.
a glossary would be appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I understand there's probably some that we need to discover for ourselves, but
Yeah.
I don't want to have to stop the stream to like.
I have
look
all
for
that.
things to do.
That's actually one thing I learned between sessions. Is I entered basically all the information I needed into Foundry for myself. So any questions, I'm literally able to open up right up into a journal, Control F, and it'll go right to it, which is really nice.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I also noticed there's several places called Odieg Plug across the city, which
Yes.
was an interesting name that I was curious about. But
I think you can probably figure out what exactly those are.
I'm
Okay.
assuming it's the entrance to a sewer.
Yes.
All right.
Ferris Furriers? Is that a pet store?
Furriers is somebody who sells fur coats. There was one in Innsbruck as well.
Oh.
So a very bad pet store.
Hmm.
I mean, you can treat whatever you want as a pet, even if it doesn't do anything, I guess. People buy rocks.
Rugamesh, come here.
Yeah, I think we also talked about getting a baby Bjorn for Gilgamesh.
Oh yeah. What's the nightlife like here at Lunabrook? Would there be any jewelry stores open?
At this time of night, probably not. There are definitely places that you can do a lot of shopping. The things that are going to have like that level of value, places like Goldcrest or Nightingales, are probably going to be closed by like 6.
Hey Daxius, all the jewelry stores are closed.
Whatever you're thinking, it's not a good idea. Trust me. You know what? We can go to the next city and we maybe get something nice for you to, small business to rob, but not here. Anywhere but here.
Anywhere but here.
This is not the city to be doing that kind of stuff. Trust me, I've already had to deal with that shit. I don't want anyone else to deal with getting in bad with any of the people here.
We should do some research on where the best places to drink around here are.
Oh, I already know that by the back of my hand, although I'm not allowed in half of them anymore. Mostly because of Princess, but...
Yeah.
Regardless, Gilgamesh, seriously, I need you to look me in the eyes. I need you to really listen to my words. This place is not like Innsbruck. It is dangerous, and everyone out here wants what you have, physically. And
We're
if
the
you
gate
cross the wrong
crashers.
people, they will cut you and probably do worse things than kill you. So, I recommend being on your best behavior here.
You need to lighten up. We'll be fine.
So speaking of,
Well, I love it when he tempts fate.
so I lied when I said that I'm not doing anything tonight. Garugamesh and Daxius, how do you guys feel about maybe delivering the package tonight with me?
Hell yeah, I'm looking for something to do tonight. Let's do it.
Okay.
Sven will
Listen.
approach the two while they're talking. Where are we while they're talking?
I assume just like somewhere
Around. I mean,
the banner
Bannerhold.
Probably in the common room.
All right.
Yeah.
I approach them at the around and sit down next to them. And I say, "Oh, I suppose the other two don't have much interest in this, but we all know the thing that we were supposed to do when we get here, yes?"
That you wanted to do, yes. Sven, I mean, now that we're in the city, I have to be honest with you. You're going to see the Breakwaters, yeah?
The Dregs.
The Dregs?
Dregs is the name of the area.
Yeah, they're in the Dregs, but
I
you're
thought
going
we
to go see the
See, I
They're
told
the
you the area, I
organization.
didn't know.
I thought
It's
it was. Was it Ackerman that we were supposed to take that to?
Uh,
Gerhard Ackerman? Am I wrong about that?
let me check my notes.
Oh,
Stupid-
Ackerman.
Yes.
Oh yeah, to the HMS night ship. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Sven, I have to ask before we do this, what exactly is your goal?
It's dangerous. Don't go out at night. Do not traverse the land. It's dangerous, guys.
I'm tuning out Gilgamesh and just staring at Sven.
You see how you knew that impression was supposed to be you? That's because it is. He's a buzzkill, Sven. Don't listen to him. Come on, let's go.
I turn my nose off, flip my scarf, and turn around and walk away. No.
Gilgamesh
Stay away.
turns back to
Stay
flip
away.
off Daxius.
Yeah, fuck you too, buddy.
No,
Full 360 degrees and walk away.
Well, I think that it's. Understand that from where I come from, you want to get in good with the people who you probably should be getting in good with. Especially if you are wealthier, which I don't know if you've noticed, but we carry around some serious things, and we're maybe not known here, but we might be soon. I think it's good to get in good with certain people like we did with Ashe. We don't have
Are
to
you-
be allies
are
or
you-
work for them, just to be on their good side.
Let me just ask you a few
It's-
quick
I
few
think
questions.
it's very. Hold on.
Are you trying to
I
smuggle
think- hold on.
anything?
I think it's very. It's easy. We just walk it over there, and then that's it.
Oh fuck
We-
this!
they
I could
know-
be subtle with you or whatever, but I'm just gonna tell you right to your face. You're not gonna listen to me. You never fucking listen to me. But I'm gonna tell you now. This is a fucking stupid idea. Are you trying to smuggle anything? Are you trying to go to a casino? Are you trying to get drugs? Are you trying to go into a fight somewhere? Those are the things the Breakwaters are great at. Mostly smuggling. If that's what you want to do, if that's the people you want to get in with, go right ahead. But I want nothing to do with it. You can go with
Gilgamesh?
Gilgamesh.
I look
But
over
this-
to Gilgamesh.
This is a horrible idea.
Well, I would agree that maybe Sven is a little disillusioned at what the criminal underworld can offer him. We're both interested in it, so I say let's go for it.
appreciate your diligence, Daxius, and I appreciate your concern, but this is, a final favor for Ashe, and I hope that it works out better than you think it will. No
It
offense,
won't.
but you were wrong about Ashe.
You know what? I'll admit it. I was a little wrong about Ashe. I still think he's kind of a dick, and I hope I never see him again. But he was actually the nicest criminal boss I've ever had the displeasure of meeting. And I say that's blows it out of the water in terms of niceness. This is an entirely different ecosystem. This is a different city. This city has an entire organization that is of legal criminals, essentially. Have you heard of the Azure League?
Maybe
You
I
have. You have. Ash went over it with you.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, essentially, there's this whole criminal ecosystem in the in the underbelly of the city that is basically common knowledge, but for you, I'm only trying to say all this to make you aware of what you're getting into. I know there's nothing I could say to stop you, but
I understand. I appreciate it.
and this is your only warning from me. I'll leave it at that. I don't. Yeah,
I'm in debt, so I need the money.
we all need the money. Just don't mention me. Yeah, ever. Just don't bring up my name.
I nod. But her presence is.
Wait.
secret.
Which name? Daxius or
Any of them.
Inara?
Just as long as we're in this city, I don't exist, okay?
What's your full name so I know not to say it out loud?
Sorry, I forgot the last three
You-
digits of your social security number again.
Could you, in your own words, give a brief description of yourself?
Tall.
No.
Cat-like.
No.
Mm.
Maybe.
Kind of stupid. Ignorant. Doesn't know much. Oh, wait, no, I'm describing you.
These are better. No. Also, Daxius, I hope that you understand that as a player, Barry really wants to see Alfred Griffinack.
And I hope you understand that as a player, Joel thinks this is still a fucking awful idea, but I'm aware I can't stop you.
And as a player, I think this conversation has gone on long enough, and it's not
I happen to
preventing-
agree.
So, it
I leave
seems
my
like,
wealth
you've made up
and
your
my
mind
item.
as to who's going where.
I figure that Fernix and especially Vic have no interest in doing this. Though if you as a player do want to do this, Birch, I'm happy to go get you.
It depends on what it is.
We're just going somewhere and dropping off a package.
We're gonna go deal with criminals.
Have I balked before in the presence of those who society would judge to be unworthy?
No, but it doesn't. I think what Barry was trying to say is you never really engaged with the underworld part of Enzenberg before, but we'll take you along.
Oh,
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that's more what I was saying.
Well, that seems fair. I wouldn't want to take up too much at the time, but
I don't.
No, it's not a time thing. You can definitely come with.
Yeah. I just didn't want to exclude
Exactly.
you as a player.
well, just in case you need to, back up your muscle or whatever the thing is that you do,
And Vic,
And-
I'm guessing you don't want to.
and get shot, that sort of thing.
I need healing.
He's got other stuff to do.
Bleed out
I
next
figured.
to the guards.
All right. Party
Before you
gathered.
leave, I'll at least
Nope.
just quickly say to Fernix, just keep an eye on Sven and make sure he doesn't make any deals, any at all. Just deliver the package and go. That's my recommendation. That's it.
Yeah, actually, now that I
Let's
think
see
about
what
it, the last few
Oh yeah.
times that Sven has been allowed to go talk to people without supervision. He's made party-wide deals for the rest of us without asking.
I'll
maybe
be
it would be a
there.
good
Never
idea.
hurt you. It hasn't hurt you though.
I'll be there
But
to
how many-
stop him.
Not yet.
Not for lack of trying, is what I'll say.
Definitely have.
Yeah, Vic's probably not going to go because he doesn't care. Stop doing that, please.
Doing what?
Signing us up for free memberships to the stupid committee every single time he goes out and talks to somebody.
I'll make sure he doesn't get us into any trouble.
Vic's not there, but if he was, he would listen to that, turn to Fernix, and say the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just raises his eyebrows and nods at you like, mm-hmm.
So,
Oh, I'm not going for the criminal half of.
we have our group. Oh, it is definitely after
God.
night by this point. Vic, you and Daxius are remaining behind. Both of you who are still there, give me a perception check. Mostly just from Daxius. I already know that the number is going to be ridiculously high from the other, but I want to see it anyways.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said because my internet's been shitting itself again.
Perception check from you.
I wonder what else is new on your end.
Yeah, even with a 3.
Jesus.
Since you guys remain there, Daxius, especially because you watched the 3 of them go and turn back. Vic, I'm assuming you at least went to the main room, if not to just figure out what's there and where things are. Because you were all told like where you can stay, but getting places in a building this big isn't always the easiest thing. You notice standing on the mezzanine, the second floor, at the rear of the building, there is a figure, small, thin, heavily cloaked, kind of just watching down over the entire area. Watches the 3 of them leave, sees those who are remaining, and then just sort of turns and walks back towards the far side, vanishing below the banister and out of sight. It is still pretty busy in here, so it's not like they're the only person in here.
Did it look like that could have been Gerhard or?
Possibly, considering the size and thinness. Yeah. Eric wasn't very big, and as a Tengu, he definitely does not have a lot of bulk to him.
You saw that, right?
Probably want to. If that was Gerhard, then probably want to talk to him at some point. But I don't think there's
Definitely
anything we
seemed
need
like
to-
he was keeping his distance and watching us. It might not be Errit.
Perhaps not.
This is a
Well,
city where if someone's watching you, well, it's not good. So if you don't mind, I'm going to go just double check that. Make sure things are kosher.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
He's dead, Jim. He's dead.
Is my internet? Can you hear me?
He's back now.
We can hear you now. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Google Fiber, everybody, or AT&T Fiber.
Woohoo!
Google Fiber was going to come to our city, and then they dug up a bunch of infrastructure, and then decided they didn't want to do it anymore, so left.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, they destroyed the ground and,
Fucked off.
got bored. Anyway, well, I'm not that concerned personally, but if something you want to investigate, that's certainly good.
It won't take very long, I hope. Just quickly stand up. And I'll just blend to the crowd kind of for a bit, and I'm going to cast 2 spells on myself. I'm going to cast Invisibility, because I have that now. I'm also going to cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay.
And I'm going to try and see if I can find whoever that was.
Okay. Technically, it would be survival to track somebody, but because you're not necessarily following tracks, as you are sort of social cues, let me just give a, forgive me, just a perception. Alright.
Let's go.
You head up the stairs and you get like a bit of a glimpse of like robe as it goes around the corner towards the 3rd floor. Which that part does not have like a visible access to the common room. And you're able to follow them up and watch as they go into a set of large doors near the back of the hallway, right off of the landing. Large, very obviously an office of some kind, very well lit. Like, the person crosses the room towards the pedestal desk at the far back, and you watch as a pen and a board of some kind kind of like emerge from their bag and begin writing on its own in the air next to their head.
Okay. Do I need to make a stealth check at all?
How far are you following them?
I'm invisible, so I'll first like approach the room and just see if there's more than one like thought in that room. Like my brain using detect thoughts.
You approach the doorway but don't enter. And I think from there you're probably just within range because it's 60 feet, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're definitely in range then. You hear something like thoughts. It's sort of very quick and like sort of rambly information going off, repeating itself, looping around as they stand by the desk and half watch but half ignore the floating tablet which is taking notes beside their head.
Okay. Do I understand, or have I breached their thoughts? Or is it, if I have, is it even in a language I understand?
I'm going to say that you don't understand the language that is being spoken, so you're not 100% certain if you've breached their thoughts, or if you're just getting surface noise, more or less.
Right. Now, I have peered into thoughts of Eric before. Does it sound similar to what I've experienced?
No.
No, okay. I'm just gonna keep an eye on him then, for however, like, just, I won't, How far away is the, like... Nah, I'll just keep an eye out from the hallway for now, and see what he does.
You wait for a while. They don't seem to move until eventually kind of turning around and going back towards a seating area in between the door and the pedestal desk as you hear people come up the steps. You hear talking, very obvious voices that you recognize of Terse and your master.
Okay.
The latter leading, saying, I sent the information out. I'm hoping that you will show up tomorrow. If Yvonne is not able to handle anything like this, I do not think there's anything we can do about it. Yeah, well. Give it enough time, and my choice is going to come down to cutting the leg off at the knee and sending the Tira Cuthart for a replacement. You watch the two of them hit the landing and start walking towards the doorway.
Like the doorway I'm at?
Yeah, you're still invisible, by the way.
Yeah, I'll just make some space for them, and then once they leave, I'll go back inside. I'll go inside and see what that letter is.
Okay. They pass by you. Conversation sort of leaves off at that point as the people, the two of them, see the individual standing inside, and neither of them seems to be very overly bothered, but you can definitely tell that there is a change in the atmosphere, I suppose.
Okay.
Your master, Cyrus, goes to take a seat on a chair kind of opposite this individual, while Terse moves through his clockwork light kind of hissing and thumping as it goes through to the other side, passes between the both of them, and you watch like the veiled figure, and you're able to see like their face as they turn towards the doorway. They are covered completely. You're able to see like very dark, almost chocolate color skin around almost white eyes as they watch the two of them enter. Terse passes by and goes to the desk and says, "And when exactly did you arrive?" The individual follows him as he walks across and says, Not too long after your subjects did. Have they been informed that we're here, waiting to speak with them?" No. Terse kind of puts both of his hands down on the pedestal desk. Sorta slipped my mind, and he turns, like, looks over his shoulder and says, "Considering we've got a man from a different fucking dimension who might be dying in the other room, the one who your people are here to deal with." The woman, and it very much is a woman, just looks to him, doesn't say anything. The tablet, that has been following her, stops writing. And she says to him, "Well, make sure they don't get far. We need to speak with everybody here in order to make sure all the bases are covered, that all the stories are straight, and that no stray strings are left dangling. It will make sure that they do not leave without speaking with you, aye? Sure. Whatever you need to do. Just know what we do is important work and dangerous work." Cyrus just leans back in the couch, putting one of his arms up over the back, and doesn't really say much after that. The veiled woman, stands up and says, You know where I'm staying then." The quill stops writing, goes back to her bag, and then the tablet follows right after. She then crosses the room, ghostly silent, and passes right past you.
I guess at this point, I've heard all I feel like I need to hear, so I'll make my way out as quietly as I can.
Okay. All right. So, the three of you who have departed Bannerhome, you exit back out onto the busy streets high up the slope on Dockside, and I don't know, how do you go about trying to find where you need to go?
Well, I know we need to go to, the HMS Night Shift, which sounds like a boat, so I guess we'll head for the nearest dock and ask for it.
Didn't Ashe give kind of basic instructions?
He did, yes. He told you that in the Dregs, which is in old Lunarbrook, in the old docks.
I guess we'll head for there then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll perception to keep an eye out for anyone trying to go through my pockets.
Sure.
Yeah, I will say that I left all my valuables back there. I'm bringing my shorts? No, I have a long sword on my hip, I think. Yes. The shield, and then I'm wearing my armor. I don't have the shield equipped, obviously.
Right. So, give me a knowledge local as well. He may have told you where it is, but navigating through a city this fucking big, probably gonna be a bit of a problem.
I can lead the way. I'm confident. I know where we're going.
Right.
Fernix is with us too, right?
I think so, yeah.
I can assist. I will guidance you at the very least.
Holy crap, he's using it.
Psychic
Guidance
powers.
Boom.
Alright. So, well, with a 20,
Dang.
you're pretty okay. You're able to make your way back southward, passing under the shadow of the War College and its exterior curtain wall up on the hill. It also gives you a pretty decent view of the Onyx Palace and Castle Lunabrook on the second of the 3 hills of Lunabrook. You're required to pass back through Imperial Square, which takes you past the library, the new city hall, the old redobe, which by about this point is striking the top of the hour, the post office, which is now closed, as well as the Deep Gold Clan Bank. At the very center is a large monument with a individual standing up on a pedestal, a king or general or somebody important, human, obviously male. It looks quite old. You're able to pass through that. You go past a few more businesses before crossing over the river into Old Lunabrook. Where you're able to cross takes you sort of to the edge of Bridgefront. And then you're able to just follow the docks as you go along the way, north and west, passing the now closed Canal Market and coming out near the old Temple of Aetheric. You actually do pass one of the Odiog plugs, which, as you guys pass by that open area, you do see that it is an open concrete stone bricked area with a low wall about 6 or 7 feet tall, so Sven is able to see over. I think the rest of you are both shorter than that. Sven, you're able to see that there is a big fuck-off well, probably about a good 15 feet across.
Well. What do we have here?
With a very thick-set gate that is covering the top lift, and a band of steel which bolts it not just to the well's rim, but to the ground around it.
Noted.
The crowd here has definitely changed. The people here look significantly poorer. People look at you strangely. Some give you a pretty decent, wide berth, while others kind of just, scraggly and don't seem to give a shit one way or the other. The smell of piss and alcohol lingers on the air.
Are there any
intermixing with the smell of low tide and fresh fish?
If there are any beggars, any that I'll see, I'll give them a good berry.
You will run out.
I put on my hat of disguise and go up to Sven.
You're traveling with me. I feel like I'd notice.
You would just notice I disappeared. You wouldn't notice that me in my disguise. Yeah. So I reach out for a berry.
No.
You don't know it's me though.
I probably actually can smell because it doesn't change your smell, and Sven has a really good sense of smell.
Okay. If you want to oppose my disguise, we can roll for it.
Well, I'm saying I think it visually disguises you. I don't think... does it mask your smell?
No.
I think it's DC 15 or... It's some sort of basic thing.
So give me a perception, and you'll be doing it on scent, which for you, I believe, is pretty damn decent.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I rolled poor.
You smell dwarf. You smell sweat. You smell the smell of oil that's used for cleaning weapons. And, cologne, perhaps?
Yeah.
Intermixed among all that?
I stare at him, because I know Garughamesh's smell. I can smell him a mile away. And, I know he has this hat of disguises that he loves to use to cause trouble, and I just stare.
I look around the crowd he won't give me a berry!
No one gives a fuck.
Okay, buddy.
Actually, as you do that, you notice that there are a couple of guards, lunar guards. It's very obvious they're dressed in heavy armor, and they have the very large crescent moon on it. You notice that they've been kind of looking at you, and now one of them's starting to walk towards you.
Oh no.
Maybe better to just get the task over with.
I point at I dropped, the well, not my disguise, but I lean into Sven and saying like in a normal voice, "Hey, those guards are coming up on us."
I wonder why.
I don't think you should have made a scene like that.
I just give Sven a poke on the shoulder and guidance him for the inevitable.
I'm gonna preemptively roll diplomacy and try to tell the guard that it's just my friend trying to play a joke on me. That's a pretty normal thing. Like,
Sure.
Your bastard friend who's drunk is like, "No, I won't have sex with you. What are you talking about?"
Yeah. Go ahead and give me the roll.
Oh
You
no!
turn towards him. What do you kind of start to say as the two guards walk up on you?
That's
Sorry,
a 19
officer.
with
He's
guidance,
retarded.
But
Jeez.
I'll pretty much like deep sigh and I say, "No, it's my friend. He's being a cunt or being an ass."
Just get moving, cat. If you're gonna hand out shit, make sure you do it near the Temple of Aetheric. And the two of you, and he points to specifically you and Fernix, keep your fucking hands to yourself.
Shouldn't be a problem.
I didn't like the way he was talking to me, Sven. I think we gotta rough him up.
Give the guards a perception check, Gray.
Oh God, no!
Please
Sure.
don't.
I said that quietly enough for Sven.
Then,
It's a stage whisper.
I'm gonna say
was
that it
dangerous.
was... Okay, yeah, they don't hear that. One of them does see, like, you lean in to say something and kind of gives you a bit of a look. He doesn't seem to be pissed at you nearly as much. You're not 100% certain why, but both of them are human.
I guess I didn't realize the extent of this bit / interaction when I put on the hat of disguise. So we'll say I was disguised as a human.
Okay. They, the two guards kind of look to one another, and one of them gives that, and they start up the street. As the one who spoke with Sven passes by you, kind of slows up and says, "Keep your pets on a leash," and keeps walking.
Damn.
Oh yeah, so not here, by the way.
Sven, I'm sorry. I didn't realize how testy the guards would be. I'm sorry you had to hear that.
I don't say anything. Just keep walking. Sven's not in a terribly great mood after that.
No.
Have you ever heard of the phrase, "Let sleeping dogs lie"?
You come out on
I
a
think they
major
should-
street, and to your left is indeed the old Temple of Aetheric, which, while it probably did serve as an actual religious building at one time, since that god's death about 500 years ago, it's left the building in a weird kind of limbo. You can tell that it's not in the greatest of shape, but the bell still rings. You can still see people that are moving around inside, people that are being tended to. It seems to be being used likely as a base of operations for a charity of some kind. You keep going. You get a glance of the guard's precinct building through some of the buildings to your left. You pass the Delatrix brothers' Dyes and Paints, which their stacks have long grown cold for the day. Same with the Red Hall, which has fallen rather silent. But by the time you near where the Dregs are, it becomes very obvious once you get into that sort of area. You can hear the sound of music playing on the wind, the sound of calling, the sound of fists being thrown. You can hear glass breaking, the sounds of utensils off of pewter plates. Just sort of the sounds of sin and vice, more or less. And as you get out onto the actual quayside, on the actual waterfront, you see that the 5 ships that you've been directed to are lashed together. They are lashed together and then lashed to the dock itself. Both docks that lead out into the Little Elbe and onto the quayside leading inland. Most of them are pretty large. They're junks or old carracks, things like that. And you do see their names on each, on their stern as you go past. Wave Skipper, Pierced Heart, the River Dancer, the Marguerite, and then you get to the last one, which is a very low deck. The name's barely visible above the deck line. That reads the HMS Nightshade.
As we're sorry,
go ahead.
As we're approaching, Sven will clear his throat and say, "I suppose that we should ask the question: are we here just to drop it off, or do we wish to get to know these people?"
I think introductions could go a long way in terms of, calling on them for any particular service we can think of, but I truly don't know how long we'll be in Lunenburg for. 1 week in Innsbruck felt like months. So
I look to Fernix. Out of game, by the way, I love that Sven and Garugamesh have similar interests, but for very different reasons.
yeah, I think that's fun.
This is how it starts, isn't it?
Well, Daxius and I, Daxius is always looking for work, and he always drags me along, and I know he was talking up about wanting to rob every single store around here, so I should probably look for some intel for him.
It's an interesting interpretation, yours, but he also specifically said not to mention his name.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I meant to say Inara.
The guy listening in on us, tailing us from behind, just scribbling that down.
Yeah, it's this guy on this wanted poster right here.
Maybe you just best not to mention him.
By the way, Gray, I assume you would have asked us to roll perception, but we're in a shady part of town. I assume that Sven was like checking behind us and like seeing if we're being followed or anything.
Was. Yeah. You've definitely noticed people taking notice of you. Some of them will like trail you for a little bit before either seeming to lose interest or thinking better of it. You're not 100% sure. There's been at least a few people that have followed you pretty far, but as soon as you started approaching the gangplank onto the HMS Nightshade, they fucking left you.
I am still disguised as a disheveled human.
Okay.
Just for sake of it, we'll say I'm extremely bald,
Sure.
like shiny, like I could guide an aircraft down to the ground, shiny level of bald.
You have too much fun with that thing.
If you want to introduce yourself to these people, it might be good to make a good first impression.
I will take off the hat of disguise once I know it's safe to reveal my true identity.
Over Jackson Galaxy, just completely bald head, funky beard, hangs out with cats.
No, I was thinking more like just the soy jack guy, like that.
Terrifying.
Similarly 2D.
It might serve your purposes better not to have to remove the disguise in the first place.
I'm used to dealing with the criminal underworld. I'll keep my disguise. If they can see through it, then I know they're competent.
If you say so.
I guess I'll say to
the
Sven.
way?
Sorry, Gray, what was that?
What's the marching order, by the way?
Probably Garugamesh in front, since he's leading.
Oh, I thought you were leading. I was gonna say you could go up front.
Oh, I can lead.
Yeah, this is your deal.
I assume it was more like we're walking beside each other. Like a
well, we have to
friend
go
group
up. We have to go up the gangplank.
Oh, true.
To go through those 5-foot wide alleys that are like,
I'll say you,
file.
me, and then Sven, because we need to protect Sven or not Sven. You, me, and Fernix. Fernix in the back.
And then Sasha after that.
I mean, you are supposed to keep healers in the back to keep your party healed and hardy.
I didn't think Sasha was with
Dale
us.
and Hardy.
Damn, I was close.
Is Sasha with us?
in the middle.
No, Sasha's
Oh,
not.
you
Shed
said.
some light.
Okay, you said you weren't. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I turned to Sven. Yeah,
Oh.
I think we should just make introductions and deliver the letter.
Or do you think that we should tell them to find us if they need to talk?
We're part of the Valier Society. I mean, they can always come to the Bennerholm?
Bannerholm.
I
Bennerholm.
suppose.
I mean, it wouldn't be hard for them. If they're as good as their reputation precedes them as, I'm sure they can find us one way or another. Maybe we don't even tell them at all.
Perhaps we don't explicitly say it. We do wear our badges, after all. They probably will see it anyway.
It's a good thing I took Daxius' badge.
All right.
What did you say, Lan?
Sven is just offering to give out our address. It's like unprompted.
No!
If you want to know what our Vardo looks like, here it is.
Also,
That is a
the
very
pins do not have
distinct
your
paint
names on
badge.
them. They're all the same.
It's the hours that will be at home.
All right, come, let's go. And I start pushing Sven up the gangplank.
So
I fall off into the water.
I love how
I am
Gilgamesh.
shaking a cure serious wounds into a potion. I did as soon as we were like, oh, we're gonna do this. Well,
you leave the quayside, going up the long dock leading up the side of the HMS Nightshade, and that's when you get a view of the actual ship. This ship is a galleass. It's two-masted, diagonal sails currently strapped up. It is also bristling with ballistae, which are loaded. Perhaps that's why that the local guard hasn't nearly made an attempt to try and take her. There are a decent amount of bodies walking around on the deck, and there are access across all the ships. So you could technically walk on here and walk all the way to the other side if you wanted to. You probably wouldn't want to, but... well, yeah. A few people kind of give you looks on the way over, like people you can definitely tell work here. They're not here to have fun, they are here to do their job, which you figure is primarily hurting people, you know?
Probably. Good thing we're not people.
Once you're on the foredeck, the top deck, you it becomes very obvious which way you need to go. Primarily back towards the stern and under the deck itself. You see two individuals standing in the entryway, one of which looks to be a human man, age kind of hard to tell, probably 30s, 40s, only has one eye, but he is dressed in a way that suggests that he most likely lived the life of a pirate for a decent amount of time. Long coat, heavy hat, sharp sword, and a pistol.
Should we have brought Lugo?
No.
You did not.
But I will reach. I will reach into Sven's
like pulling
pocket.
him out of your pocket.
I cast Summon Lugo.
That's
Summon
where he
Lesser
lives.
Lugo.
I will take a gold from Sven's pocket and present it to the man and be like, excuse me, would you
I
be
don't
able to
have
let
gold in my
Ackerman
pocket.
would you be able to let Ackerman know that we that Siegfried Ashe sent us?
The second man who's standing there is a good 7 feet tall. He is a tiefling who looks like he might have fiend in him, as he is almost as broad as he is tall. He stands with a great sword held between his hands, point down in the actual decking. So you offer this up between the two of them.
No, he has to take the gold. He might reach his hand. I don't have gold on me.
Oh, you don't have gold on you?
No.
I don't have gold on me either.
Well, we look to Fernix.
I just am holding it out already, like shaking my head.
The two of them look to you and then say, "Arms up."
All right.
Okay, but
Sven will lift his arms, so not like all the way up. It's more like, halfway up, because he's above them anyway.
Yeah.
Fernix puts his hands up and he's like, "No, out, like this."
Oh.
The tiefling stands there while the scoundrel goes forward and pats you down. Any weapon he will take from you if you want to go inside.
The crossbow, the rapier.
If any weapons, unless you're trying to do a holdout, he will take
No.
every single weapon.
Sven does have a
I
long
point them
sword on
out for him.
Sven does have a long sword on his side.
do they? I am going to roll to conceal my spring blade
Sure.
and my hammer.
When did you get a spring blade?
a while ago.
I gave it to
Fucking
him.
Heavy penalty to that hammer considering its size.
Okay, well that's the spring blade, and I'm gonna roll to conceal the hammer anyways.
I'm just really happy to see you.
Notices your bulge.
Isn't it like you can't conceal weapon? Not to
pretty
step
sure.
on you, but I think it's like weapons of a certain size you straight up aren't allowed to try to conceal.
Yeah.
I think there's like you can't like straight up conceal them, but you can like hold it behind your cloak or something with a penalty.
Yeah,
but in this
means is
situation, I
just
don't think
in
that would help.
question, I guess. Yeah, as
We're
you
able
know,
to
you're not going to be able to put a
conceal the
napkin on a
spring blade.
greatsword, right?
What's that, Gray?
You are able to conceal the spring blade. They don't try to like search through your like the cuffs beyond, making sure you don't have like a dagger up your forearm. The hammer, though, the guy drags it up from your pants where you stuff it and looks at you like, "Are you a little bit fatty there, kid?"
You never know who's gonna take it in this part of town.
Oh, right now it's jolly well me. Don't try it again.
So long as I get it back.
Zim, take him in. The tiefling man lifts the great sword up, puts it over his back, and then leads you in. Any magical effects that you are wearing as soon as you pass through the doorway end. It doesn't like subdue or like dispel any like magic items. It will subdue them for a little bit, but not permanently or anything like that. So yeah, the Hat of Disguise, assuming you hadn't dropped it by this point, does drop.
Thank
No,
God I
no,
used
it
all my
drops.
good berries.
You
That was a
hear
bigger brain.
the human behind you say, "There's always one fucking asshole. I'm sure Gerhard will have fun time with you, eh?" He just like points at you with your own hammer, kind of goes, and then like puts the head down onto the deck and then leans back against the wall. So,
Sven, I think they were talking to you.
Oh, were they? I don't think they were.
you just hear Zen go as he leads you forward and around a tight set of stairs leading down into most likely what was at one point a rower's galley.
Do I have to duck through all this?
Yeah, so did Zim, fair enough. You're able to pass through to where the back half of it has very obviously been modified in order to create some sort of a space. You get to the door and the tiefling knocks on it a few times and you hear somebody call out, "Yeah? Someone to see you." "Who are they?" "They says they's from your friend. They're up Northway." "Alright, let him in." Zim grabs the doorknob, twists it, and pushes the door in, standing back to make you go past him. Inside.
Just sort of
Sorry,
shoulder our way in, I guess.
Inside, you find, first of all, the floor here is much lower. You go down 3 steps into a very well laid out office, almost residence. So, Sven, you no longer need to stoop in order to move
Thank
around.
God.
On the other side of the room, behind a sizable desk, who is standing with their back towards you, but very obviously knows where you are and can see you, looking towards a row of what look to be open accounts or registers, something like that, is a half-orcish man. Pretty tall, probably about as tall as Sven, but not nearly as wide. He's pretty thin, almost javelin-esque in a way. His skin is an ashy green pale. He's got very prominent underbite, two of his canines is thrust up out of his lips. He closes one of the books, turns towards you, and puts his hands behind his back. He's dressed pretty nicely, not in an extravagant way, but in a way that tells you that he knows how to dress himself. It is very practical but comfortable. Darker colors and very obviously armed. With a sword, a rapier probably, and another pistol.
Alright, now don't try to arm wrestle this one, Giru.
Turns towards you, and Zim follows you in and closes the door behind him. He looks to all of you and says, "And what is it you're bringing me from my friend to the north?"
We're bringing you an introduction to our crew. We are the Gatecrashers.
I don't care.
No, we're bringing... I put, like, shove him. No, we're bringing a package from Siegfried Ashe in Innsbruck.
Very good. Put it on the desk. And he just, like, he glances at the desk. He doesn't point at it. And waits.
So, we didn't go over it this session, but I think last session we talked about once we get into this city, we transfer the package into the bag of holding.
Yeah. No, I remember. Yep. So that's where
I'm sure we would have remembered to get it.
Yeah. And we didn't trudge a giant barrel through the city.
Fair enough.
Of lead.
That's probably why you would have talked to Vic, and he was like, "You guys are idiots," and just handed it to you.
He's like, "I don't want this in my possession any longer."
So.
I'll pull it out and place the package on the desk.
Very good. Step back.
As instructed, it was kept in a lead-lined barrel, and
Back.
from there... Yeah, we back off.
Okay.
And brought in, well, this bag of holding.
Very good.
Was not to be scryed upon.
He steps forward, inspects it. He produces a small, like, penknife from his pocket, cuts the side in order to open it, glances inside to, like, and then feels it before, like, closing it again, and gives a nod. And I'm sure Mr. Ashe agreed upon a payment for you?
I know Gilgamesh is going to try and highball here, so I'll be quiet and let him say.
He was expecting you to cover our travel expenses. Sven kept a better accounting of it than I did.
That's our travel. Okay, so I guess. What was it? It was like 300?
I thought it was like 800 or something. Yeah, I thought it was 800 gold.
There's no way he's going to pay us 800.
I can do that.
He's going to see right fucking through you. He probably rolled a 37.
Probably.
Oh, yes, right, excuse me. Where do I have the right?
I want to see, like, on his... Like, I want to interject before he says anything, but I want to see the look on his face to educate how I respond. Like, does he just immediately frown?
Sorry, hold on. He... Give me a sense motive.
Sven? Yeah. I guess I will too. You know, I'm not rolling super...
You think he knows no different. He trusts you wholly. And I think you're a little less convinced. You're not 100% certain what the thought is, but it's probably not positive.
You'll have to pardon my friend. He's a hustler. I believe he promised us 300 gold.
His eyes linger on Gilgamesh before slowly turning up to you, Sven, and says, "I appreciate a little bit of honesty. As strange as it is in our line of profession, it's actually quite necessary."
I give a slight nod.
He turns and then goes to a box in the back, opens it, and pulls out a small bag. He closes the lid, lets it there, and then puts the bag of gold on the edge of the desk and says, "Zim, The tiefling shifts behind you, moves around you, and then grabs the bag to ferry it like the 5 feet from the desk to where you are standing. Here. And just pushes it into your chest. You don't think he did it hard in his world, but in your world, you basically go back somewhat.
I don't know, I'm 16 strength.
No, you gotta make the sound effects, Sven.
Ooh. I fly back through the wall.
Oh my god! This isn't a fucking anime.
His Sven just careening across the sky back from the theater.
You hurt my friend, and I will never forgive you.
He's got a 3-hour-long soliloquy over the course of 2 in-universe seconds.
Every punch, there's 5 minutes of dialogue between.
Halfway through the fight, Sven reappears through the hole in the wall, his face darkened, eyes red.
Or he comes in through the other side of the wall.
Looks like you underestimated me.
I'm assuming you take
I
money.
summon Lugo like a stand. Okay. No. I take the coins.
We didn't see Fernix break out his ability, Punch of a Million Arms, where she's able to make 1,000 ghost arms.
Isn't that like a Luffy
Just make
thing?
them all at once.
I think so, yeah.
Anyway, I don't count it, I just put it in the bag of holding.
Very good. Zim, like, creaks as he steps back from you and takes up his position behind you on near the door again. The man standing opposite you looks to you both and says, "Are you planning to work in this city? Or are you
Honestly,
just passing through?"
I wouldn't mind the work.
I wouldn't.
But the problem is, I'm kind of loyal. I don't like to play both sides of the field, and I've not really met with Arthur Scrivener yet, and I heard to check him out as well. But typically, I've got a colleague, and we do the B&E, breaking and entering, get a little bit of gold. I'm not supposed to say his name, but we're
He's a social
very
security
infamous. Yeah. I think he's some sort of like dog creature, like a dog spirit.
Are you actually saying this?
Yeah, sure, I'll say it.
Look,
Okay.
Vic is sitting in the common room of the Banner home, just rereading his letter, and he just looks up, looks around, like
his ears just start smoking.
Like there's something happening right now.
Len, I understand you not liking what I do, but every time Giru goes somewhere,
that's why Vic specifically said it to Fernix.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
you're fine.
Getting into trouble,
fine.
Not
You're
a part
fine.
of the game.
No, you're fine.
I turned back to him and was like, "Now my friend here, Sven, is very good at charity work, and he'll work for free so long as he's helping people."
I completely disregard him and start talking. I do not have terribly much interest in working, but I do have interest in being an ally of sorts. I wish to make friends and connections.
He's an ally.
The half-orc's eyes kind of linger on you before flicking to the other two. And then he looks to them, looks to the desk, and goes and opens one of the drawers. He then brings out a small red box, opens the top, and pulls out, you can hear the sound of glass clinking as he pulls out what almost looks like a chemistry set. Sets it down. Are any of you wearing gloves?
Sven does.
I am technically wearing gloves. Joel, also you're muted. I keep seeing your mouth move.
Probably for the back.
I'm not saying anything important. I'm just saying, oh no, oh no, oh no. That's it.
He's probably.
But yeah, I'm wearing gloves.
Now feed this to that dog
good
person.
The first of you step forward and take one of your gloves.
I'll do it.
I'm pretty trusting, but I'm not that trusting. Giru is... He's not going to say anything.
This game getting in trouble.
It isn't. You know what? Your reverse psychology is not going to work on me.
They might literally beat you both to death by the time you get back. Assuming you get
Do you
back.
mind if I?
Daxius will help you.
I just hold up my hand like I'm
All right, great. What am I rolling?
Dispel. I'm not dispel magic. Well, not dispel magic. Detect
I'm
magic.
just gonna. What is this?
He
I'm not saying I
indicates for you to
drink it.
hold your hand out like this, palm down. He
Oh, I
grabs
thought.
one of the tubes and holds it up. He waits for you to get closer, at least.
What do I do here? I probably shouldn't cast spells.
All
Can
right.
Can I roll like a knowledge arc? I've worked with Fernix for a lot. Could I try to roll knowledge arcana to try and figure out what it is?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, and no, I won't burn my inspiration for this.
Okay. You don't think it's anything magical. Fernix,
This could
you're
be an
able to give me the same
initiation.
roll.
Could be an
Yep.
initiation or trust ritual, kind of like, you know, making your hand bleed and then shaking hands.
You get about the same belief that this is not magical. Hold your hand and remain still.
Yeah, I'll do it.
He
I suppose I will.
I'll
puts the
maintain eye
tube
contact with him.
under like one of your paw pads, produces a pin, and then very quickly like stabs like the center of your finger, and then holds the tube as like a couple of drops of your own blood go down in. After about like 4 or 5 drops, he puts his thumb over the top, pulls it away, grabs a cork, presses it on, and puts it back into the row of tubes. If you need to wrap it up, please do so. Send the next.
I'm sorry, I'm a little wary of someone collecting our blood. Are you able to elaborate?
Am I allowed to cast Stabilize on myself?
Yeah.
Like, okay, I'll cast Stabilize on myself.
Yeah, he
I
seems
assu- I
to be
assume
very
he's-
aware of what kind of magic that is and doesn't seem to care.
Didn't even ask why.
I am actively
Like-
trying to ask why.
I as a player,
why
thought something
did
else
you-
was going on, but Sven, like, I think Sven also thought something else was going on, but like once it started happening, he's like he didn't stop it.
Why did you end up cataloging their blood, if you don't mind my asking?
I wouldn't recommend the rest of you do this.
No, I'm good.
Sven, even as a character, I think wouldn't be super upset about this at all. If anything, he might be okay with it, but I don't think you guys should.
Alright, well, let's hear what Gray has to say.
Because if you want to work in this city, and because you delivered something rather valuable to me, we want to make sure that you can't just fuck off into the distance scot-free.
I will tell you that we don't plan to stay here forever. We are adventurers and we have business.
This is only
if this-
insurance.
Yes, I understand. But I would ask that, should we return and tell you that we're leaving, that it would be destroyed.
I wouldn't.
If you don't try
Perhaps.
to stab me in the back, you have nothing to fear.
It's not so much stabbing in the back, it's just people's interests don't always align with one another. And if sometimes people can perceive that it's a stabbing in the back. But what I'm more interested in is why should I afford you insurance if there's no job on the table yet?
Who said I was employing you?
You didn't.
Exactly.
But the question still remains.
Right.
All right, boys. At the back of the room, there are two like kind of exits that go back out, or windows or something. Like there's curtains that go like floor to ceiling. They row back, and like 4 from each barrels of muskets come sticking out. You can hear the sound of the action drawn back, a lock on each one of them. He then looks to Zim and says, Zim? Zim steps forward, like dropping down, and the door opens behind him. And you can see a shitload of other people out there, pretty much well armed, waiting for the word.
Well, I could probably get out of this myself. I wouldn't want to abandon my friends here. And I stick out my hand.
Good choice. He repeats the same thing, pricks your finger, waits for a couple of drops of blood, then tells you, like, to turn your hand up so it doesn't drip, and covers it, corks it, puts it away. He then waits for the third.
Yep.
He takes the blood, same, it's not pleasant, it's like getting a shot, but takes a couple drops of blood, corks it. Once he drops the test tube back into the stand, picks the stand up, puts it back into the box, locks it, and puts it into his desk, says, at ease. The contingent of Marines that have been keeping an eye from both sides pull the rifles up so that they aim at the ceiling, and you can hear the locks eased back into a resting position. If you are looking for any kind of actual work, then you may come around. We know your faces, and that's all we really need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You have your money? Have a good night.
hold on. There is one other matter of business I'd like to attend to, and I produce an onyx ring from within my bag, and I say, "You look like a man who really knows how to dress himself, and I notice you appreciate dark colors. And here, I'm a bit of a craftsman. I have an onyx ring that could be yours, that I think would match your outfit suitably, and I'll give it to you a deal for 75 gold pieces."
Sorry, this was the onyx ring?
Yeah. I've had it for a while. I don't actually remember where it came from. Let me see if
I can't remember.
Well, I wrote down my rolls, but didn't write down where I got it.
Give me a d20. Just a flat d20. He looks to it, looks to you, and says, "Fine work may it be. I'm not in the market."
Come back if you ever need anything custom. I do much better work than this. That's one of my small fish pieces. But if you're interested, I've got high-end stuff too. And I'll say goodbye.
Okay. The contingent kind of spreads out, like half of them going back to whatever it is that they're doing. Some stay behind in order to speak with their boss, but all of them kind of give you an eye as you walk back the way you came. At the doorway on the outside, Zim leads you the whole way out, steps aside, and the scoundrel returns your weapons and kind of looks all to you and gives it like a crooked smile and says, "More than you thought, eh?" That's what they all say. Have a good night, boys. Don't let the city kill you.
After he's started to laugh there, I'm going to channel energy to heal us for the little. Likewise.
He starts to whistle kind of ominously as you guys depart. At least get to the exit ramp. The gangway, down to the dock.
And now we go to Arthur Scrivener. No. It's enough for today.
Let's put a hit out on Ackerman.
I don't think that'll go over well.
I suppose it could have gone worse.
We're going to put a hit out, but it's going to be given out to the people who were for them in the first place.
Perhaps we don't tell the others about some of the things that happened tonight.
I'll probably ask for Daxius as an advisement just because he knows this city. And we couldn't leave Vic in the dark. It worries me that deception is your first instinct.
I just give him a really disapproving glare, like, from you?
You did.
I'm sorry.
Mention,
have I ever not been upfront about my intentions to
Yes.
cause mayhem?
Yes.
To cause mayhem?
I can say that is the case.
It's just like when a bunch of teenagers steal their parents' car, go drunk driving and smash it into a tree, and then pretend like they don't know where the car went afterwards.
You all are gaslighting me right now. This is gaslighting. I've never done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're crazy.
Crazy.
You did bring up our friend who you specifically said you wouldn't mention.
It was a slip of the tongue.
And then after we brought up that maybe you shouldn't say that, you did, in fact, bring it up with the person who he was probably hoping that you wouldn't.
Well, I could have any sort of partner. I don't know that he would have connected him to Daxius. And I even specifically named an animal that Daxius was not. Just to throw him off the trail.
There's really not that many.
I think dog person and fox person are pretty close.
They're completely different animals, Sven. I think you would know that of all. What if I said cat person instead of leopard person?
I think most people will get the idea.
I appreciate that you're trying to look for forgiveness from Daxius for your mistake, but maybe it would be best to consider how to best break the news to him.
I think if he knows me at all, he probably already could have taken a guess at what had happened.
Unfortunately, I think that is the case as well.
This is so sad.
Yes, but what's done is done. No use crying over spilt milk or blood or whatever. And at least you didn't get roped into anything more this time. So, I kept my end of the bargain. Mostly.
I don't understand why Vic thought me and Sven needed a babysitter.
I just stare at you.
I don't say anything.
Okay.
Right.
So, you were able to work your way back. Cross over one of the main bridges back into Center City, so you're out of Lunabrook a little bit quicker, and something tells me it's probably an awkward walk back.
Jeez, guys, is this silence uncomfortable or what? Is it just me?
But you're able to get back. You're not harangued along the way, and probably about an hour, maybe hour and some change before you finally reach Bannerholm. Yeah.
What time is it?
Right.
A little after 9.
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
that was fun. It's time to go to bed and not tell anyone. No, we probably should.
Sleep does sound.
But that sounds like a
prospect, but
that sounds like a Garugamesh and Fernix thing to do, not Sven.
Hey, Daxius. By the way, that guy, he took like all of our blood, and kept it in vials, and also, he may or may not.
I'm immediately pulling out my wand of detect magic, and I'm casting it.
He may or may not know that you're in the city. So I asked Sven not to tell anyone about you being here.
I'm not here,
But he didn't. I promise Sven didn't say anything.
It was not Sven.
It wasn't Sven.
Do
No.
I'm listening, but do I sense anything with the detect magic? Like any, like, I don't know, things of scrying hovering around any of them?
You don't notice anything at this point
Okay.
beyond the usual magic shit that all these characters have on them.
Okay. Do you realize what the fuck you just did? You gave them your blood? Are you
Well,
you probably
it's
didn't
probably,
have a
The other
choice,
option was
it's
being
probably
shot
more
full
of a took.
guns.
Listen.
This is why I told you not to fucking go in the fucking first place.
Listen,
This
it's
is
fine.
This is really bad.
I had something like this happen to me once before, and I was able to get out of it. But I was worried that, I knew Fernix could probably handle himself, but I was worried about Sven. So, I didn't want to, just dip.
Imagine if we just get here, Gray spent all this time on it, and we get run out of town.
It's been
I
worse
just
stuff.
turned to Fernix, like, what? Just, I understand you probably didn't have a choice, but I'm sure you know what this means, right?
There was no option given exactly.
Yeah,
So,
that's usually how it
means-
goes. It's either you work with them or you are against them.
Well, anyways,
Did
Dax,
they already have any of yours?
Actually, no. When I was in this city, it wasn't a very, it wasn't, not that it didn't happen, but, well, there are probably a few instances that would make it more common since I left.
Well, if they don't have a physical link to you, it's more difficult to do that sort of thing.
Yes. So that's it's good for me. It fucking sucks for all of you. That I would be very careful who you talk to. And
Well,
just
Not as though.
keep,
Mhm.
just keep an eye on just if you can once in a while for next, just check for scrying orbs.
I always do.
All right.
They're difficult to miss by this point.
No, I trust you with that, but
Dexus, I was hoping to trust you with something.
shoot.
I'm a little worried that Vic will rip our heads off if he finds out what happened, so if you could tell him for us, that'd be great.
That
You know what? Honesty is the best policy, and even if he might rip your head off, you should probably hear it from the horse's mouth. I think he'd probably be more angry if he heard it from me.
it's,
I know Vic has a long
True.
face, but he's not a horse.
I just rub my eyes. I'm
right.
so tempted to drink myself under the table right now.
Maybe
so,
we should
so
tell him
you're
in the
seeing
morning.
how I'm saying that it could have been worse. It's not
Yeah.
great, but we're alive. Not a bunch of revenants come back to eat your brain on the first night.
Oh no, that's somehow worse because alive you're more useful to them. Dead, you're quiet and you can't give away any information.
Well, I mean, think about it
Right.
this way. How useful have I been to the party? How are they going to make use of me?
They have a way of hitting close to
Surprised.
home. Look, I tried to warn you before, and I'm gonna say it again, and I'll drop the subject forever because I'll just sound like a broken record. Do not fuck with the people in this town. Doesn't matter if it's a small business or a massive organization, they have people who are very willing to kill you, and have the resources to do so. So just, please don't. I've worked in this city for about 6 months of my life, and from what I can tell you, this is only the tip of the iceberg. It gets worse.
Daxius, I can understand why you might be scared, just because back when you were here, you weren't as strong, not as leveled up, but we're, like, level 7. I'm sure we can handle anything that comes our way.
What the fuck are you even saying to me right now? You
He's-
literally said nothing.
Did you get into any of my alchemical components again? I told you that smelling salts are for specific spells only.
Back when I was in the mines, in my dwarven skyhold, I smelled salts all the time. They don't have the
I
same
bet.
kind of effect on me that they do on you.
I'm
I
surprised
think
you aren't an oracle.
I think the smelling salts might have had more of an effect over the long term than you might have thought. Well, is there any other exciting news that I should be aware of?
That was it.
Wonderful.
It's,
This
We
is
saw-
this.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
did we see any wanted posters for Daxius while we were out? Or Inara?
Imagine.
No. Even if you were looking, I feel like that isn't something you would see, considering the people that probably want him aren't that kind of organization. I mean, to be
what is
fair,
your wanted?
I don't think you noticed any, like, work boards like that since you got into the city. At least not yet.
What is Daxius? I was kind of hoping you'd come with us tomorrow, to go see, Arthur Scribner.
Remind me, who's Arthur Scribner again? There's so many fucking names.
He runs
Leader
the
of the
Azure League.
Azure League.
Ah, well, here's the thing. I was going to discuss this with everyone, but, well, I'll just tell Vic later, but unless where is Vic? Aren't we at the chapter house?
Yeah.
So, he probably
let's just go fucking find Vic, alright? He needs to know this shit anyways.
Realistically, he probably would have
Yes.
had to move everybody's suitcases into their rooms because you all left immediately.
Yeah.
And her would help with that.
Yeah.
Just dragging them in. They're too heavy.
Yeah, we'll go wherever room you're in, we'll go find you. And yeah. Howdy, Vic.
Probably just working on cleaning off some of his armor and clothes. Yeah. Suppose you're all back then.
Would you like? I turn back
More or
to
less.
the others. Would you like to tell Vic what you told me, or should I repeat it?
Well, it wasn't that big of a deal. They took some blood samples and, among other things. Daxius might have some visitors that come and see him later, but I don't think they should cause him any trouble.
Sending Gilgamesh was such a bad idea.
Not among other things.
No, I know.
Just the blood.
Kind of sits and furrows his eyebrows, just breathes for a second. So I was thinking tomorrow morning we could head down to the old Lunabrook, maybe the South Shore, see if we can't find Melia. Said she was holed up in the old Temple of Sojo, and so
I think that would be a good first move.
yeah, just completely disregarding the comment.
Yes.
Now, I will say, because actually, Gilgamesh mentioned me wanting to go with them somewhere, but this is something I need to say now. Unless it's people in the Valier Society chapter house, I am not meeting face to face with anyone. I will be nearby always. I will always be building away, and I'll be keeping a lookout. But I am going to be Overwatch for you all, because there are definitely going to be people watching you and following you, especially since you're new faces in the city. And there are definitely people who have picked up on that and are probably wanting your shit. So I'd be careful. I would look after all your loot. But for meetings like that, I'm going to send Natari in. Whatever Natari hears, Natari's going to report back to me. They're going to be my eyes and ears on the ground. That's
Good
how I...
compass.
Yes. As long as there's no objections, then yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
After this meeting, I'm going to go fuck off and disappear into the city.
Well, don't go too far. I mean, was going to say Etor should be able to keep an eye out for you as well.
Oh, that would always be of help, but I won't be far ever. Trust me. I'll always be looking out for you, even if you can't see me. Or at least in message range.
We do appreciate it. Well, perhaps enough planning for one night. It's not going to get too much later before it's tomorrow already.
Yeah, it is getting to the most dangerous time of night.
Mm.
Okay.
Well, with that, I will be off. And I'll just leave through the. I'll just leave and I'll blend into the crowd, make my way outside, and I'll try and like perch up on a building somewhere outside of the banner home and just try and find like an Overwatch position that has eyes on everyone's windows to their rooms.
Right next to the stray cat, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh,
Annoying.
she just wants attention.
Nice.
Yeah, you can definitely find some places where you'd be able to keep an eye out on things. Probably, I think you probably know that it probably isn't a great idea to like just chill on a rooftop here, but considering it's a third floor window and considering the building is not surrounded by like a very high wall, you can literally stay on the ground and be just fine.
I would prefer a higher place. I know like there are a lot of like dangers to being up on the roofs in this city, but I want to like I'm pretty familiar with the area. Is there any like place that I could try and look for that maybe is just like hidden? Like basically I want like a sniper's nest that if like someone tries to do some shit, I have good eyes on everything and no one can see me. If that's possible, I don't know.
Well, you're obviously not going to want to go onto the Wolfgang or Regulus property.
Mm-hmm.
Best you might be able to do is perhaps onto the join of two of the roofs to the south near the Odiog plug.
Yeah,
It's about as best as you're going to get.
I'm fine with that. I'm just gonna nestle myself up there and just try and keep myself hidden best I can.
Okay.
Oh, that is... there we go.
Alright.
And,
And the rest of you? Just, bed?
I was
No.
gonna craft, but what time are we saying it is?
It's about 9, and I kind of figure you already did a lot of that today, that traveling.
Oh.
It's
Okay,
true.
yeah, I guess it's the same day, huh?
It is indeed the same day.
We got in late.
Yeah.
I forgot too.
Alright. So, you guys are able to retire to your rooms. They're pretty nice. They're a little bigger than the ones that you utilized back in Innsbruck. Often enough, they'll have like actually a full set of like bedroom furniture, a wardrobe, small desk, things like that. And once you guys close the door, it's very quiet, and you're able to pass the night as best you can. It's August 26th.
let's go. I'll say as a quick note, like halfway through the night, I'll switch with Natari so I can get some rest.
Okay.
But I want someone, whether it's my followers, Natari, or me, to always be watching over Banner Home and where we keep our stuff.
Well, considering the Banner Home is probably full of the meanest sons of bitches in the entire fucking city, I don't think you have much to worry about.
I'm aware, but I'm also aware there are a lot of stupid people who think that, oh, there's a new person in town. I can easily sneak through a window and get that. It may be stupid, but that doesn't mean they're not going to try and steal our stuff.
So, morning comes. I'm assuming Vic is obviously the first one up because of his, and then Fernix right after him because of also his. The rest of you.
I think Sven actually wakes up kind of early.
Like no later than like 10 or 11.
Yeah,
That's it.
I think you were Oh.
He's gonna wake up uncharacteristically early too. That's it.
Yeah, no one stayed up late last night, so
Yeah. Just
I guess-
happy to be
Boat lag.
in a bed, tired from all the travel.
actually, yeah. What time were we planning on heading out in the morning?
I think we had a set time, but that was by design. Oops, that might break something.
Yep, sorry. I meant to turn my camera back on. Well, if we're going to bed at like 9, 8 hours would get me up at like what? 5? So that I could get a few hours of crafting in.
I see you have the magical ability to lay it down and immediately go to sleep.
I do.
I
So
know.
I feel like if anyone would, it would be Grugamesh.
I sleep very well at night.
Gilgamesh has full and total control over his own bodily functions.
Yeah.
Except, all his actions and words.
Goodness.
Mental
That's the
functions.
hard part. That's the
Yeah,
hard part, you know?
Physical functions are good. Mental functions, kind of come and go.
Yeah.
Anyways, I've still got those royal gems that are worth 750 each that I have not been able to craft. So I was gonna. Do we want to say we're gonna leave at 9? I can put 4 hours towards it.
Sure.
Okay. Hey, that's pretty good.
Right. Oh.
Well,
Grugamesh
Account that
makes a
for half.
shitload of noise in his room as he's doing whatever it is he's doing at 5 in the morning. Thankfully,
like-
most of the noise is magically deadened by the walls, but
Yeah, meanwhile, he would pull this shit at Innsbruck, and it'd be like your fucking noisy neighbor at 5 in the morning with the lawnmower.
This is really stupid, but like I just got the image of Gilgamesh with like a welding mask and a bunch of tools just blasting even flow.
even so. Gilgamesh would be a welder.
Oh my gosh.
yeah. So, where do you guys meet up? Down in the common room, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Might as well. Get
Having
used to it.
breakfast.
Who has
Yeah,
the
that's-
sending stone?
I'm assuming that the group gave me back or gave Vic back the bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't there, and he may have taken it out before they left anyway. So Vic probably has it.
If you've touched it since then, there will be a message from Cyrus that goes, "Do not go too far. You have someone from the Veiled Archive who needs to speak with you."
Mm.
Okay, whatever time I get that message, and just is there a specific time we need to be meeting up? We had a bit of business to take care of on our end, but if it's pressing, we can move things around.
It's the answer comes pretty fucking quickly considering he's probably in the same building as you. Of just try to be back perhaps by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The archive they do not wait on people like us.
Mm.
Fair enough. If they're here this morning, we could take care of that first as well. But whatever's easiest.
He is here. If you wish to speak with her, come to Terce's office on the 3rd floor.
All right, we'll be heading up that way in a bit.
Okay. You're able to eat something for breakfast, kind of recover from the previous night. Daxius, you and Atari don't notice anything out of the ordinary, I suppose.
I didn't assume so, but I better safe than sorry.
From your vantage point, you're able to watch as the cannon foundry starts up, as people go to work down at the dry docks. As the Griffin Market opens, you're actually able to watch as the Talon Company sends their griffins up in order to do aerial maneuvers early in the morning. Basically watching the city come to life.
Yeah, I don't pay much attention to it. I'm used to seeing those griffins at this point. It's more like, nostalgia, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that Atari is in the morning in the lobby of Bannerhome.
Okay. Whether or not anybody else tells her, it's up to them.
I forget. Is she a society member?
She's not. None of my followers are, but they've kind of been given like they know that they work with me, so they kind of are given like a little bit of leeway.
They're roadies.
Yeah.
She still has to pay for drinks, but it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
They're not bothered. Okay, so, Vic, who do you gather up in order to go over to the office?
I mean, I assume he's got these. Well, the way I pictured it is he's checking the messages as he's probably returning from doing his morning prayers and such.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, whoever's up when he gets back to the Bannerhome, probably he would let them know first, and then head upstairs and collect whoever's still asleep if someone is still napping.
All right. I think that's everybody sans Daxis. So, you're able to head up to the 3rd floor, to the same room that Daxius spied on the previous day. The office is large, it's well appointed, it is well furnished. It's kind of nicer, bigger, roomier than the one that Talia has back in Innsbruck, but it functions more or less exactly the same. Terse is sitting, speaking with Cyrus about something or another. You don't know. Terse starts laughing as the group of you come in. Meanwhile, the veiled woman sits patiently, quietly on the sofa, looking right at the doorway and waiting. As the first of you enter, she quietly rises to her feet. Doesn't say anything, just stands up, puts her hands together over her waist, and waits. Where is the 5th?
Is that me?
No.
Okay.
He has some responsibilities of his own, I suppose. He won't be joining us. Rest assured, we can pass along whatever messages you need.
She looks to first Terse and then Cyrus and says, "We will be requiring an account from everybody who is present. When you're able to collect him, make your way back, and we'll take your statements then." She seats herself again, just as quietly, and Cyrus and Terse look to you guys, sort of floating into the conversation at this point.
I'll get my assistant on it presently. He should be going to communicate with him now.
Put on the hat of disguise and turn into Daxius.
Don't.
Just take off the hat of disguise, put it in the bag of holding.
No. Cyrus and walks over to sit down on the couch opposite the woman. It's gonna be like a few minutes before Etor gets to Daxius and hands him the message saying, "Lady wants to talk to you, come to office."
Alright.
Wiggling it around to communicate urgency, you see.
Alright, thank you.
Have you
I'll
considered-
give Etor a little pat on the head.
Bees can communicate direction by the different ways they wiggle their butt, and they'll direct bees, like they'll fly back to the hive if they find something interesting, and direct bees based on distance and direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what we'll teach Etor to do next.
Do a little dance.
And
Doesn't
they'll
do
actually
anything.
find spots by the smell of footprints. So bees have one of the best senses of smell in the entire animal kingdom. And in third world countries, they've used them to train them to detect nitroglycerin and use them to find landmines. It's very strange.
It's
Oh shit. Huh.
Them and
The
giant
more you
rats.
know.
It's cool.
So, nitroglycerin's very sweet, and bees love sugar. So,
Yeah.
And
It's
Yeah,
not as hard as-
pick up a box of dynamite and it smells sugary. Don't drop it.
Oh, wait a minute. Fuck, I was gonna... Either I have to go in as Daxius, or I have to go in through a window, because I don't have my badge anymore.
Well, they don't,
This
they
crew
don't
can be
check your
fucking-
badge on the way in.
Oh, they don't? Alright, well,
They've
then
never-
I'll just disguise in my previous disguise that I came in last time with.
You say if they did, none of you would have been allowed into Innsbruck to talk to anybody.
Fair enough.
Remember, it is sort of a mercenary guild as well, so
Okay.
they'll shop out other like smaller jobs to people who aren't members.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
But yeah, I make my way in there, and once we're in the private room, I'll drop the illusion. I'll be human Daxius.
As soon as you pass through the doorway, it ends.
Oh, well, if it automatically... Well, then the human disguise isn't there anyways if it all ends.
No, as soon as you go in the office,
Ah,
that's when it ends.
okay.
Yeah.
Or wait, unless it's... I forget if it's a spell-like ability or not. Oh no, Elder Self is spell-like, so I don't know if that would get...
It still gets hit by.
Does?
spell magic.
Okay. There, well, there you go then.
Spell likes are, well, they don't get counterspelled, I think it is, but they still.
Yeah, if it's the difference between looking like your chosen human appearance and your kitsune appearance, it wouldn't affect it, but as
okay.
a cast spell to look like anyone else, it would qualify.
Is
Well,
it in?
It's a race thing for Kitsune, so...
So is it like, if it's a supernatural ability, then it would get dispelled? If it's an inherent ability, or
Possibly.
like,
Basically, my rule is if you're using that to look like what you usually look like, it's not going to affect you, but if you use it to try and look like anybody else or anything else, it will affect it.
Yeah. Well, actually, specifically, it says as a Kitsune, I can only take one shape, and it
Okay.
can't be changed.
So if that is the shape that you're taking, then it would not end.
Okay, just good to clarify that.
Yep.
All right.
The woman stands up again, greets you in the same way she did the others, and said, "Very good. I'm hoping this won't take very long. You may call me Summer. I am a representative of the Veiled Archive. I am here because I was summoned in order to take possession of some rather dangerous things. I'm also taking the moment to collect a sequence of events, beginning when all of this actually started. So, if you don't mind, I will be using this," and she gestures as the quill and the tablet come flying up and like prepare itself to write, in order to take automatic notes. I will be also taking hand notes myself in order to cross-reference with what my tablet records. If you all would, I'd like you all to state your name, your age, your ancestry, and whatever it is you consider to be your home. Also, maybe include your player name, because this is how we're catching up the audience.
Woohoo!
Oh.
Yes.
After that, we're going to go through the sequence of events since she kind of gestures to the other two, and Cyrus shrugs, and Terse gives the same kind of like clockwork whirring shrug. As far back as you consider to be reasonable. So, let's start with identity, shall we? She just waits for somebody.
Someone else go
Yes.
first.
I think it should be the original 3 members who start the story from there, and then
Be a good
I
idea.
jump in, and then Joel jumps in.
Yeah, save the best for last.
Hell yeah.
Directly under the bus. First in, first out, huh?
Sure, I'll do it. So we're basically saying like who we are, our history, and what we've been up to.
information about you, your character, and then the shit that's happened since your arrival in Zal.
Well, I suppose I'll go first. My name is Sven. No last name. I am from Valhynia. I'm previously, before that, I was from a traveling group of gypsies. I don't know if you would know their name even if I told you. But
We know many things. It is our job to.
shit, what was mine called?
Verna.
Verna. Right. Well then, I am from Clan Verna. I moved to Valhynia because of a personal calling to lead a different life than my peers. But I decided to move to find a different life after that, a more adventuring one. And I simply just traveled west until I found the city of, more so. I learned of a town that needed help, and it sounded like a fine enough place to start my adventuring. Oh, you're sitting in a tavern, just simply traveling, and you hear, "Oh, this place needs help." And if you're a prospecting adventurer, that's where I ended up going. We traveled to Zal, or at least I did alone, and I found a few other people there who were also there for the same reason as I was, to help with this problem.
So,
Fernix.
Sven, catfolk, Linean in origin and your age?
I am 27.
And I assume that you identify as male.
Yes.
Very good. She just kind of gestures. She has no idea like how you guys came together. So
Sure, how about I go next? I am Vic'Talion, half-elf, from a small town called Mithmar in Talaboth. Did plenty of things that aren't particularly interesting or relevant to this situation for a few years before making my way to Zal. If it matters, I believe I'm about 43 years old.
very good.
And, well, I'm Fernix Foppenhaus. Draken, Kobold in lineage, Manlin identification, and 36 in my years. I'm a priest of Vase. I was engaged in a very long and arduous pilgrimage once the events at that small town started to coalesce, myself included.
Very good. We don't need to go over every single detail which has happened since your arrival in the town of Zal, which I understand is to the east of here, Pastensburg. What happened in the town?
Would you like me to take a guess at what you're interested in, or would you like the full story?
If there are any pertinent questions, I will raise them. If you think it is something that is not necessarily required to understand the order of events, you may omit it.
Sure. To keep things short and sweet, we were the three of us, the three that have introduced ourselves so far, were hired to investigate some disappearances that were occurring in the town. Other people had looked around but had not been able to find any concrete details, but after a few days of searching, we managed to, locate the perpetrator. Being a young boy by the name of Bruno Rath.
Son of Desmond Roth, a journeyman, Valier Society,
Indeed.
missing 3 years now, I believe. And she just looks to the other two, and Styra says, about that. Perhaps they... Or Ursus shrugs.
Yes, well, somehow he had gotten himself a hold of some sort of magical poem. Maleficarum was the title, if I recall correctly.
Do you have any
In any
idea,
case,
a guess as to where that book would have come from?
he stated it was found in the shop of a local junk trader, but
A gnome.
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
but we were not able to confirm if that was something that the man was carrying, or if it was something that was
Though
magically placed.
if I must say, I suspect that he conveniently didn't know.
It was the object present at the ritual, the one that all of the activity seemed to be centered around.
Yes. Not that it matters, but the gnome didn't seem to be the problem.
Would be one Gonzo Tinker Master, like if I'm remembering correctly.
It sounds
When
correct.
our agent spoke with him, he displayed middling stages of dementia.
Well, unfortunate.
What
for him, I
is
suppose.
mental illness again?
So dementia is actually something that they kind of knew about at this point. The word demented would come from that.
Yeah.
So,
Just
like
hold up a
lunacy.
mirror and
Yeah. I do not mean to spring it on you, but we have done some research. I'm just cross-referencing certain things with how you're remembering it versus how my informants inform me.
Alright,
Please,
don't doubt.
this is not some sort of trap. It is simply our job.
Of course, we'll try to keep things simple then. But yes, that's... However the book ended up in the Tinker Master's care, that was where we believe that it came from. And as Fernix mentioned, that book was the center of the ritual that the boy was performing.
What ritual was that?
Not something we were familiar with at the time. We found out through inferences later. It appeared to be some sort of soul-based magic. The boy had collected the four individuals and performed some sort of ritual to make contact with something, perhaps.
He's from another world, as I think we later learned.
Yes,
Suspect.
but
Something else.
like we got the impression that he made some sort of deal with whatever creature this was. But it obviously did not end well. It appears that the boy's soul was sucked out of his body after the ritual was interrupted. Several strange, shadowy creatures had spawned out as a result of the magic, but when those were dispatched, everything seemed to shut down. Unfortunately, when the ritual ended, so did the book. It was destroyed before we could get a good look at it.
The boy was later taken to St. Lo's in Innsbruck and is actually here presently at Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yes,
Is
I
he?
heard his mother had been carting him around.
I thought he
Mother
went to
is
the
rather
Dwarven
wealthy.
Hold.
What was that?
I thought he went to the Dwarven Hold.
Perhaps he
Yes.
shall travel on to then, but now he is here.
Yes, I imagine that there's been no positive updates in that regard.
Our agents have kept an eye on him and his mother, partially because his father was a good friend, and we owe him at least that. We've done what we can, and unfortunately the results have been inconclusive.
Yes, well,
I was afraid so.
The
After the-
creatures which came out, were they corporeal in nature?
They were.
vaguely. I
Some
wouldn't say that they were solid enough to be harmed, but I wouldn't say that they were fully realized. They were more
Right.
Raven black
Hollow
We
on
were
the
masks.
inside.
partially here.
like a sack that had been rendered in paper mache, although about as hard as stone, I would imagine.
No corpse, I'm assuming?
No, I believe they
Disintegrated.
dissolved. Yes.
Very good.
After the ritual ended, I think the only thing that was left was a small black crystal. That I think we assumed later was a physical representation of the boy's soul.
Yes, I believe that is within the Valier's possession. It does not lie with us, however. It is not considered to be horrendous or dangerous enough in order to be hidden away, and it may be valuable in later research.
Yep. Both of the crystals that we had recovered were taken by I'm forgetting his name, but I should know
it's
it.
on the tip of my tongue.
Jean-Luc.
Jean-Luc.
Yes. Jean-Luc, he's the Geniekin guy. Or the
Yes, he did some of his studies with us.
Yes, we entrusted him back in Innsbruck, and I assume that he's kept good care of it.
Yes.
Both of them, that is.
So,
after that, we finished up our business in town. Found that, well, the local wizard was not directly behind the ritual. He certainly was not pushing the boy in the right direction, I suppose. But nothing that could really be done at that point.
understood.
Afterwards, we wrapped up our business and headed to Innsbruck.
Very good. And once you went in,
Along the way, no.
I know there was another incident that the archive has somewhat of an interest in, considering some individuals outside of the town of Ravensburg.
Yes, it was a bit after these two had joined our original three.
The names, same as the others? Names, ancestry, age, place of origin. Gender, if you desire.
Look to
Yes.
Garugamesh first.
Well, I am Garugamesh, no stated last name. I'm from Dagthorium, kind of up to the northeast. From a clan you may or may not have heard of. At some point in my years, I'm now aging on 72, but I've not kept detail of each and every one of them. Once you get up that old, it all sort of starts to run together. At least that's how I felt until I had the best friendship of my life. That friend passed, and when it came time for me to take over the family business, I couldn't handle the pressure. I couldn't deal with all of the monotony of it. I was always better at punching and fighting. So I decided to legitimize my claim the only way I knew how. I was going to attain as much power as I could. I was going to attain immortality through the means of running the trial at the Citadel. I didn't pack much money, so I ended up here in Ravensburg. Not too far from where I started, but that's okay. I managed to find did you want to check?
No.
I love this anime internal monologue introduction.
Garugamesh has a very main character syndrome backstory.
I was once a normal high schooler in Japan until I got hit by a car.
And then I became Cargo Man.
The cell shift and the vending machine that is my body. Okay, and the fifth one, she just gestures towards you with her own pen. The floating one also gestures towards you as well.
Axius, I'm 22, human, and my home is wherever the gate crashers are. I follow them to the end.
Except for Garugamesh lately.
I want to be in a separate home, though.
And
Sometimes I don't.
what exactly happened outside of between Innsbruck and Ravensburg?
Well, it was specifically in the town of Salzborn. There was, that's where I met the rest of these chucklefucks. And there was a whole horde of hobgoblins that were camping up and studying this weird, incomplete gate almost. Like,
It was an anomaly, as you would know it.
Mm-hmm.
it seemed after some investigation on our end that it seemed to lead somewhere to another plane of existence, but possibly.
Or up north.
Or up north, or possibly wherever our friend here came from. But we think we did see remnants of some kind of city or something with a lot of lights in it.
Oh, that's...
but,
Yeah, he did
We're
come
not-
out of this portal, didn't he?
we don't know if it was this part. Do we?
We
Oh,
do. It was.
Okay.
It was, yes.
Okay. Well, wherever Oliver came from, it was from here. In Salzborn. And the hobgoblins are very interested in it, which I don't have to tell you. That's not normal hobgoblin behavior. So we investigated and we learned that there were some other people behind the scenes sort of guiding these hobgoblins. Sort of
Any
giving them
names?
instructions. I start I have this whole folder of just a bunch of sheets of paper. I just start going through them.
Or,
I completely forgot that we were thinking about fucking with that.
There were a lot of names, but
Mm-hmm.
well, I believe some hobgoblin named Magrov, leader of the what was it, Ragged Tooth clan or something.
Yes, that was it.
I can only imagine what it's like to listen to this, with all the cats in the background.
Yeah. Yeah.
they
Pocket
do
cat
now, but they're
always
cats.
needs attention.
Meow.
Okay.
I'm not gonna give
Specific
you-
names were not given as far as who gave the orders, but there were mentions of titles. An oracle, I believe, that had contracted the hobgoblins to investigate, and then directions to deliver the information and research notes to Circus or something. Oh no, it was the other way around. They had approached the hobgoblins to gather the information before moving towns. But it was a circus that taking the information. Specifically, a woman named Siren Sherelle.
Of Sherelle and Dazzler's Cosmic Circus.
Indeed.
Well, it might be named something different now.
It wasn't renamed by the time that our agents caught up with Pasha, the current owner, but I believe it was in Lux.
Yes, I imagine that having one of your leaders be dead both mentally and physically is not good for business.
Generally speaking. So,
Most of the hobgoblins ended up dead or taken home by some other hobgoblin that was not particularly keen on their current activities. Iruk was his name, if I recall.
she makes sure to write that down.
But the leader of, well, former leader of that particular group of hobgoblins was killed by us. And that was where we got the information of where the research had been passed along to. From there, we headed to, was it Ravensburg or was it Salzborn that was the second
Ravensburg.
destination? Okay, I wanted to double check. So after gathering the information, we headed over to Ravensburg to investigate the circus more directly. At the time, we didn't know that the circus was one of the ones that were directly working with the hobgoblins, but it was our best guess based on the information that we had gathered at that time. We spent a day or two there trying to figure out what to do. When we came across Oliver, as I'm sure you're aware of, the man who came through the portal on his metal dragon.
Yes.
It was through him that we found a way to gather the information necessary and approach the leader, Siren, to confront her about the situation. We gathered some information from her Vardo. She had a few letters that were somewhat incriminating, many of which I believe also ended up in the hands of John Luke.
We actually managed to get a lot of names from those letters too, and jumping
Not
ahead a bit,
names so much as titles.
Well, yes. I do have a list of all the names I was able to find, and this is sort of through a mixture of a bunch of letters, but what we have so far is the Oracle, the Fox, Bull, Viper, Jackal, Raven, Spider, Dragon, and finally, what seems to be at the highest of the pecking order is the Prophet.
She makes sure to write everything down, pauses for a second, and then looks back to you guys.
Yes. And during the confrontation with Siren, we ended up finding the second of the two black crystals we had delivered to Jean-Luc. She was using it for some sort of necromantic conjuration of sorts. I'm not an expert in those types of things, but essentially it was being used to amplify her inherent magic that was used for both her performances and a connection to some sort of other dimension. During the battle with Siren, it ended up turning on her a bit. I believe she was incapacitated by one of the things that she had lost control of, and several more of those humanoid, shadowy creatures. Once those were dispatched and the situation was more confident, we were able to retrieve the crystal from her directly, though she had suffered a similar fate in being mentally damaged by the encounter. At this point, we made sure that Oliver was able to escape the situation along with his bird friend Gerhard. And I believe he headed this direction, which is where the society found him, if I had to guess. But as for us, we loaded her up and dragged her back to Innsbruck. At which point she was killed shortly afterwards.
Yes, and I believe the archive has come into possession of the device with which her death was performed, I suppose. Something known as tie spikes. As for the rider and his dragon, we have obviously recovered both. Gerhard, I believe, is downstairs if you wish to speak with him. Oliver, as I believe, she just glanced at the other two and says, "They have made you aware he is in a state.
Indeed.
His mount is secure."
Yes, I'm sure you all are aware of the high amount of explosives that were stored on the dragon, supposedly.
We are keenly aware, yes.
I assumed, but well, one can't be too safe.
We believe he was attacked by something. At least that's what the little Tengu told us. Something that a tall, thin, tentacle-covered creature that appeared out of thin air. It took, as he explained it, a whole lot of bullets in order to kill, as well as at least one or two fireballs. Which
Sounds
leads me
somewhat
to
familiar.
another question about an incident which happened later.
I think I know what you might be referring to. The incident in the arena.
So you returned to Innsbruck. You gave the information you had available to you. Spent some time there. I know there has been a amount of time spent concerning the local blood-sucking population, whom many of those titles we believe belong to the ruling council of Unterfell.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, we did spend a decent amount of time in Innsbruck, about a week or so. After the murder of Siren, we had a few different important pieces of business to take care of. Investigation of the gauntlet underneath the city, for various reasons, the vampires being one of them.
Yes.
In addition to that, we were looking for the Temple of Aes, which we found.
And
Fernix,
what
you.
exactly was found down there?
Fernix, you might be the best one to speak on this.
It was a record of events that had occurred about 500 years or so prior, involving the Vision Church as it was at that time. There were some murals, well, more of, what do you call them? The woven hangings depicting
Tapestry.
some of their beliefs. Yes. We did not end up liberating those, but we were struck by the fact that something had been seemingly brought to this place and then taken away, all in a bit of a hurry. There wasn't much to point towards it, but there was a bit of written something or other that one of the priests ended up jotting down while they were here. While they were there, rather.
And there was no indication as to what that might have been, where it was taken, where it came from.
It was described as some sort of ark, if I believe, if I'm remembering correctly.
Vague on the precise details, other than the danger involved in it.
I believe they mentioned they were taking it south, but I imagine after a few hundred years, a trail like that would probably be quite cold.
That is what we would believe, although I've been told that perhaps the Sworn believes otherwise.
Yes, I believe there was a dwarf fellow, Gandalston, came looking after that as well.
We're keeping an eye on him as well.
As we, I did not meet him, but a few of the others had a short conversation with him.
And?
No information was shared in either direction.
He went on his way.
The gauntlet I know told to me has been not reset, and after having a conversation with a couple of the priests, I was told that access into the lower vaults has been sealed.
Interesting.
Well, after we left the Temple of Aes, we spent a moment to make sure that we would be the last, for a while, at least.
Understood. Probably for the best. One last thing about Sherelle. Did you happen to speak with her after, between the conflict and her death?
Briefly, not much, I should say. She described a bit of her time as it was spent before her meeting with those who gave her the crystal. Not sure that that's particularly relevant, but I believe it was she was approached by several people. No names were given, but I believe it was 2 humans, or 1 human and a dwarf, perhaps, an elf. The dwarf and the human were male, and the elf was female, from what I can recall. I believe she described them in a bit of a strange way. It was almost as if they were inhuman, in a sense. The thin skin, dark skin, wicked disposition. They were not dressed or identified in any particular way beyond some sort of pin. It was a bisected circle with some sort of moon and sun symbology. There were no drawings or pictures, of course, but that was the best impression that we were given. She was not the one who was giving the orders. I imagine it was that group that gave her the crystal. But she was collecting the notes for them. And I believe she had orders to deliver the notes to one of them, or somewhere.
I do have a little bit of description of one of the people. I don't know if it was which one it was, but apparently one of the ones who gave the orders was thin, dark skin, wicked smile,
Yes.
wearing
Inhuman, non-specific clothes.
yes, something between
That was
traveler's robes and just regular clothing. Just
it was nondescript,
yeah.
but well dressed, likely nobility. If her in person was anything to be taken. It's,
They also happened
spoke
to
with her.
mention that, just really quickly before moving on from this, they said that the person who gave them the orders was, quote, there one moment and gone the next. So they have means of traveling outside of just, using their legs.
Yes. We also spoke with her after her death through a bit of magic.
And, what did she
Right.
say?
Well, I made note of a few of the things specifically. It was, let's see here. The masters of the Order who contracted us are powerful wizards with servants that transcend the material plane. Their members are everywhere. Their names, only the red setting sun mark them. Also, as in being how she was killed was one of the questions. Said he stepped from the walls. He said that he wanted me to know the Forsaken send their regards and their condolences for my sacrifice. He said I should understand, after all, and that this is a message for the bastards who put me here. And he silenced the room and silenced me. And a final quote, though I don't recall the exact question.
It was, how would we find and identify a member of this organization?
Yes, thank you. It was, look for the bitter outcasts and the whores among the welcomed, who'd sell their whole world for selfish personal gain. It was a strange experience.
Speaking with the dead often is.
This was unique, if I recall correctly. Nothing. Usually in that spell, it's not a lot of substance from the answers, from the questions that we pose. But in this case, they were more lucid. I think we had the thought that something was intentionally allowing her to speak more freely after her death.
As she said, as a message to the bastards who killed her.
Yes, that would have been us. And that cat, apparently.
And also all the cats in that house. Indeed. So,
Banner Home just has like 300 cats living in the walls.
They're in the walls.
about the
Library
incident
cats.
in the arena, what can you tell me of that?
Well, not much, unfortunately. The creatures disappeared almost as quickly as they appeared. I believe most of us were enshrouded in a sleet storm when they first appeared, but from what it was described, they had transported through the walls of the arena itself and began making a break for us.
Yes, I saw it myself and alone saw it, I believe.
I had a pretty up-close experience with one of them as they, well, ripped me apart.
Yes, but I can attest that they did come from the walls. It was not down from under, it was not a teleport, they came out of the walls.
Out of the
Through
flat?
the force barrier.
Sorry, what'd you say, Greg?
Out of the flat of the wall?
Yes. And again, that's right?
What do you remember?
Well, I
think we were
remember
calling
when
them
it
to-
happened, I initially misunderstood you and thought that they came from underneath.
Oh, then that's what you remember.
Later we learned that they actually came from the flat of the walls. So I'll say yeah, flat of the walls.
They
Write
were
it down.
specifically after items that we had gathered from our previous experience with the circus. Specifically, 2 explosives. One that I had on me was taken from my backpack, and as soon as it was gathered, the creature seemingly vanished out of thin air. Seemingly its job complete. These were not things meant to kill us, it was things meant to fetch.
Hmm.
I
And
believe
Or things drawn to it. We don't know for sure that it. I mean, it probably was someone.
so
But
Mr. Tally and John
I
Liquid.
don't know if these creatures are intelligent enough and they're simply waiting, or if it was someone else.
I don't know.
But
Tally at the Innsbruck chapter house and John Luke were both doing a thorough investigation, along with, I believe, the spy master around there was all very curious about the situation. We
They
did
do
not
have
much of the
samples as
investigation.
well.
Yes. As do we, I thought.
We do, but I personally would not like to part with those samples since we are, well, actively investigating this ourselves. But
Yes.
they do have them up in Innsbruck.
Yes, but Talia may be able to confirm some of the details.
She said she
Yes,
believed
that's-
that the creatures, at least that is what John Luke told her, originated from one of the outer spheres. I'm assuming that means nothing to any of you.
Well,
might mean something to Fernix.
Would that mean something to me?
Means something to him.
Mhm.
Yeah. it was like, do we want to all roll for that, or?
I assume that's like knowledge planes.
Yeah, it would be.
But
Okay. I'm just gonna take 10. Oh, I keep doing that.
I'll try a planes as well.
Obviously, what she is referring to are a collection of the spheres, generally meaning things like plane of fire, like other elemental planes, whereas the outer planes are
The weird
hell and
ones.
hell beyond that.
Yeah, I remember us talking about it, but I apparently didn't write that specific part down.
Mhm.
Anyway,
The outer sphere includes things like the Axis and Maelstrom, technically it also includes things like hell and heaven, but the one that is the most important is basically the space between space.
Yeah, if it comes from there, it's, well, even more alarming than it already is.
And it turned to mush when killed.
Yes.
More or less. Like a mucus.
It was very gross.
Not quite certain what that could mean at the moment, but I'm sure people smarter than I are already trying to work that out.
Yeah, we are.
So, is there anything else that you think would pertain to this? What have you?
I furiously just page after page after page of shit Bex is written down.
I assume that you would understand this without me telling you, but we think that almost all of this could be connected. Though it seems a little convenient that everything we stumbled into is connected, but perhaps it is fate or destiny that such a thing is how it goes.
Our main problem at this point was that everything could be pertinent and nothing could be pertinent. There's a lot of information and a lot of things that we've experienced and found. And without the proper context, we can't say for sure whether or not it's all related. I believe we've covered the big picture items. But,
I guess if there was to add one thing, the hobgoblins, and these the named people that we mentioned earlier, they don't seem to be, at least from what I can infer from letters, they don't seem to be actively communicating with each other, or at least not in full. They're not the same organization. And as well, the hobgoblins apparently have a pretty big standing army already. At least for hobgoblins. They gave us a big number. I think it's much lower than they said, but still, they seemed very ready to cause chaos.
Then why wait?
That's what worries me.
they're clearly getting their orders from somewhere.
Somebody smarter than them. I realize how little that narrows it down.
They did say that they are listening to the Oracle, who seems to be in charge of the operations with the hobgoblins, but if anyone's communicating, it'd be the Oracle to everyone else. I don't think the hobgoblins know anything of importance.
I think that about covers the questions that I have. If there's anything you need to update or add, I shall be here for perhaps the rest of the day, and then I will be returning to Port Azar. If anything comes up after that, you should be able to send a message here. And then she offers up a piece of paper which has it on, obviously a code for a sending stone. You are unlikely to get a response from the person who has this, but understand that it will be heard.
Fair enough. Well, see if I can figure this out. I'll just take it and just put it in the bag of holding for now.
At that point, you see the pen stops writing magically, and it and the tablet go back into her bag. Cyrus then leans forward and says, "So are you satisfied?" The veiled woman turns to him and says, "As I'm going to be." She looks back to you, like I said, chocolate-covered face, bright white eyes, and just says, "Be aware. Things might be in motion. It is about as much as I can say at this point. But something tells me things like this don't have a habit of just going away. Thank you for your time and your cooperation. The organization and the Veiled Archive both appreciate it. We also would appreciate it if we could press upon you the gravity of the situation and the desire to remain mum. Operational security is of the highest regard. In short, the walls have ears. Be
Yes.
careful who you talk to.
We don't plan on sharing much of this information outside of the people in this room.
No.
Everyone
any at
stares at
all.
Garugamesh.
I'm not the one with loose lips.
Uh-huh.
As to those who do already know, I should. You will be informed as far as where our information has already been leaked to, so to speak.
At this point, it is best to control what you speak going forward. We unfortunately cannot control what has already been said and to whom it was said. While the Veiled Archive is in the business of making sure certain dangerous information, objects, and even people do not stay out in the wider world, we are not assassins. We do not exist to silence people who might know something. Anyways, thank you all again. He then stands up as like a way to like, a bit of a bow and then begins to depart.
Really quickly, I didn't want to interrupt, but when she said that she was going to leave for Port Hazar, just for my own interest, I want to do a sense motive on that.
Okay.
That probably got nothing.
No.
Yeah, alright.
She leaves the room, leaving you with Terse and Cyrus, who have been quiet this whole fucking time, and yeah.
Any input?
I trust the Veiled Archive. That does not mean I like them. It is best to treat them like a dangerous animal. Leave them alone and hope they do not hurt you.
Suppose it's good we got the business out of the way first.
Right.
Yeah. There's still a little other business that I have to take care of here in the city. If you need
As
me,
do we.
you know where to find me. As you would the master of the chapter house as well. And Terse, who's been like kind of digging at his teeth, just kind of stops and goes, "Oh yeah, I'll be here. Pretty much always."
Alright. Well, we also have business to attend to. Shall we go then?
Right.
Yes.
Oh,
All right.
Indeed.
Mayhaps.
Indubitably.
Guess we head out.
Perchance.
With that,
good to see you this morning.
Does anyone smell toast?
whoever you think is near like the back of who exits, give me a perception check.
Let's say it's Vic. No.
Yeah.
Realistically, it'd probably be me.
You'd be the last one to exit?
Yeah.
That's normally I am, yeah.
All right, give it to me.
Or at least I've been trying to lag behind everyone anyway. God fucking damn it!
You don't hear anything.
Oh, man.
You guys keep going. So,
I'm sorry I failed you all.
Wouldn't be the
We'll
first
forgive you
time.
one day.
so, with that, you are able to exit, and you were told where the Temple of Sojourn is. You were told it was down in South Shore. It's gonna be a bit of a walk, but Well, yeah. City's definitely a lot nicer by day than it is by night, I can tell you that much. Even going
What
through
do you
some of the
mean?
rougher parts of Old Lunabrook. Besides what you've already passed by, and you're pretty much left alone. Some of the guards will pass by and give a bit of a look, and you actually do pass by 2 massive Hell Knights wearing full covering black armor, functionally walking tanks. They don't bother with you, they don't bother with anyone or anything. Other than that, it's a lot of people. You have to pass through the old Citadel in order to get across the South Bridge into South Shore. Takes you by some of the nicest houses in the city, including Palace Olwick, the family home of the current ruling family of Calric Olstein. You pass by the old City Hall, which is currently a museum, and the Prince Halfhind's Academy, which is a dueling academy. And as you go by, you can hear the sounds of epee and rapiers clashing off one another, people screaming, sounds of boots off parquet courts, and yeah. South Shore is a kind of a rougher part of town, not in that it's extremely poor, in that it's very working class. There's a lot of artisans here, a lot of smaller businesses that are across, or excuse me, against the river. There are also a decent amount of restaurants and pubs here, but you find the temple nestled against the far wall, just beside the sizable Palos house, which kind of looks like what you would expect an Elorian or Asterian plantation home to look like. The temple it's a temple. It's wooden. The decorations are very simple usually. It seems to be well kept, but not necessarily ornamental in any real way. There are some people that hang around, and there are people who you can tell are not like members of the clergy coming and going. Perhaps workmen, some maybe just be visitors. As the goddess of things like dreams, people often come to a temple like this in order to speak with somebody who might know better than them. It's at least peaceful. There is a water feature out in the front that you have to pass by on the way to the building.
Happy.
Well, before we get inside, we want to take our quick break.
Yep. Let's give about 10 minutes. Come back about 9:05. Alright. And
Alrighty.
I guess we will see you guys on the flip side. Be back in about 10 minutes. See you later.
See you soon.
And we're back, alright. So,
Howdy.
you've made your way across the city and to the entrance of the Temple of Sojourn. Well, now.
Yep. Don't know that she'll be here, but probably a good place to start.
I pull out my phone and play games on it because I'm bored.
Watching TikTok compilations.
Yeah.
I will say that at some point during the trip, Daxis and Tari switch places, and Daxis will just be watching outside the temple.
Is she wearing Daxis's ratty old leather jacket?
Oh, she has her own ratty old jacket. Actually, I never even got that one back. Urugamesh still has it.
Oh yeah, I may have lost that one.
Well, you owe me about a gold for it.
I technically don't have any money right now.
Well, fuck.
Right.
I'll just cry about it then.
Anyway, we'll get you a new jacket later. It's like a kid at Disneyland. It's like, we'll get you the pair of shoes later. The Mickey Mouse cup.
But I want it now.
Well, Vic starts walking in. I don't know if anybody else is going.
Yeah, Sven's following.
Follow along.
You enter, and it's definitely a bit cooler in here. It's a cavernous, basically one large room initially, going all the way back to a an altar, above which a very large blue moth or butterfly has been painted, carved into the structure of the building itself.
And for the sake of the viewers, and definitely not me, what is Sojourn the god of? Goddess?
Dreams, travel, luck, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Her symbol is the Luna Moth.
That's one that Vic's been carrying around for a while.
It is not very busy in here. There are a few like older folks who maybe they're like worshiping, maybe they're just taking advantage of the cooler temperature in here. There, however, at least is a priestess in the far side speaking with somebody near a font, functionally. Kind of looks like a bird bath in a way, tall, meant most likely to peer into as a way to divine. As you guys cross the room, you being the probably most active thing in this room, the older lady who is speaking with the priestess kind of like shakes her hands and does one of these and then starts walking past you really slowly. The priestess, who is human, probably in like her 30s or 40s, darker skin, black hair that's been like braided back. She looks up to you, cups her hands together and says, "Welcome, how may I help you?"
Yes, good morning. Well, I'm looking for someone. Someone, said she, stopped by here relatively often. Goes by, Melia. Older woman.
There's, you don't even need to roll a sense motive. There's a look on her face of like, oh boy. She keeps her composition, well enough, and, composure, well enough, and says, well, I can't hear her screaming right now, she's not here. Anyways, she's already gone into the city. I think she ended up going into some place called the Library of Thought.
Yes.
It's in Bridgefront someplace. I'm not entirely certain. I try to stay out of that part of the city.
Yes, I'm not familiar with the place, but thought that might be the next place to look.
She looks like she's on a mission. However, that doesn't deviate from a lot of the other times I've seen her over the past couple weeks.
It's the look I've seen many times. In any case, Vic just sort of roots around in his pack or something, pulls out 200 gold and says, "It's been a while since I stopped by here, but it's a nice place." Just passes it over. Hopefully this helps. It's a small matter.
She definitely takes from you and offers up a thanks and says, "Well, I hope you find her, and good luck."
I will need it. Thank you. He just sits and looks at the moth on the wall for a minute and sighs. Just, all right. Well, got a new destination, I suppose.
All right. Thankfully, it's a shorter walk going the other way. You give me whoever you think is trying to guide or lead you. Give me a knowledge local, because you might need directions for this one.
Actually, I know the city well enough. I'm just gonna send them a few messages, and could I make that roll?
Sure.
I mean, if you know where the was the Temple of Lost Thought?
Yeah.
Yep. You're able to, you know where it is. It's right on the edge of Bridgefront proper. Probably the better side of that neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. It's on the edge, it looks like.
Every time I hear that name, I get a mental image of like a really slutty girl just like completely lost in a city. Temple of Lost Thought.
It's the Library of Thought.
Library of Thought, yeah.
Oh. Still.
So that's the reference manual.
Yeah, it's
So they get assigned their numbers for their
The only
species.
it's the OnlyFans directory. Library of thought. Anyway.
Sorry, that was my 2 cents.
Yeah.
We did good.
I'll be quiet now.
We add value.
We're heading that direction, I guess.
Oh my god.
And for what it's worth, Vic is not wearing his full plate armor. Just basically just the breastplate underneath a longer shirt and the buckler.
Okay. All right. You
This is
arrive
just for
out.
people that may be following us. That's it.
You don't notice anybody necessarily following you. You guys definitely get some looks from people, but like, it's kind of hard to tell like the difference between somebody looking and saying, "Who the fuck are these people?" versus actually being followed. Guards will look at you.
I'm only looking for people who are actively following us or trying to make a move on us. If it's
Not
just
really,
like
no.
people looking at us, I don't pay them any mind.
Yeah, no, not really. As you get into the closer to bridge front, people look at you in a different way, but it's almost like distant, kind of hollow-eyed. Almost seems to look through, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you guys arrive at the Library of Thought, you can kind of see that if you were to go down another block or two, this neighborhood is not nice. It is, for lack of a better word, a hellhole. It is a neighborhood of houses, shanties, shacks, lean-tos, saddled right up next to one another, built 1, 2, 3 stories high with ramshackle-looking bridges that run between every single thing. People filthy, wrapped in thin rags, looking like they're emaciated, like they haven't eaten in a few days. Maybe not even know what day of the fucking week it may be. Wander about. Towards Glitzfitz's glassworks, people seem to be a bit better off, but the workers that are hanging around there definitely seem to keep their distance away from anybody, say, going towards the Breakwater Pier. In between a lot of those people, it's people that I think you would peg as probably petty thieves or people that don't want to be noticed.
Any beggars, I'll, do the same thing of...
I will immediately
Goodberry.
stop you. Not here. Not in Bridgefront. You don't do that shit here. It's not a good idea.
No fun
Yeah,
allowed.
anyone.
Everyone here
Do
is
not.
damn near.
Once you start
this
giving
is
up
your
money and reveal the fact that you have money, it's going to be a problem for all of us.
Mhm.
It's not money, it's Goodberry.
Well, actually, I guess I can't physically stop you because I'm like a ways back, but I'll message you. Like, just fucking don't. This is not the place to do that. It will only bring you trouble.
We're not going to be helping these people by giving them food.
Okay.
We're here for a purpose, and we're going to be helping them. But we need to be a little bit more focused today.
Sorry, just a second. So, you guys head into the Library of Thought. As you enter, you very much get the idea that this place is not technically a library. It is a bar, a tavern. It definitely has an aesthetic of a place where learned people come to take beer or coffee and speak with one another. It looks almost like what a person who has never seen a library before thinks a library looks like. There are tables set haphazardly around, and food is prepared and drinks poured on a winding counter that runs along one side of the building. You're able to see Melia pretty fucking easily. She's not subtle. Near one of the windows on the other side, speaking with another woman, probably about her size, but definitely about 20 or 30 years younger, wearing a heavy cloak over her form. They're leaning kind of almost together, speaking to one another, thick as thieves, basically. it's kind of hard to get a read beyond that. Neither of them notice you come in.
Well, no time like the present, I suppose. We'll just kind of awkwardly walk up and just basically wait until she does notice him, and then just kind of go from there.
Sven is kind of just looking over the place. Mixture of impressed and not impressed. He's like, this is a cool place, but I don't think I'd spend my time here.
Yeah. You probably get about halfway across the room before you kind of see Melia lean forward and like say something harshly to the other woman whose face you still can't really make out, and then her eyes kind of flick up, and there's like a question of like not recognizing you, and then she stands up, kind of points past you and says, "If you fucking dare!" Those of you who are looking around the room, specifically Sven, see a man kind of behind the counter who was like kind of moving his hands about, suddenly stop moving. Melia pulls her mace and puts it down on the tabletop and says, "If you try to read their minds and I find out anything that they thought ends up on the market, I will stove your fucking head in." The man just kind of throws his hands up and starts wandering back towards the back of the room. Melia puts the mace down onto the floor, kind of tries to smooth her clothes down. She is dressed pretty much as you remember her. Despite her age, despite her build, she still wears her full armor. She doesn't cover it. She doesn't seem to care one way or the other. What subtlety she has comes in the form of a cloak that goes around her shoulders and mostly covers her up from the side and backs. But she looks towards you and says, "Well, my God. I didn't think you actually got my message,
Yes, well, we were headed down this way, anyway, I suppose. Figured it'd be quicker to just stop by than send another letter.
So I see," and she kind of looks past you and starts gesturing to all the people that are around you. "And who are the hangers-on?"
Oh, there's a the dragon is Fernix. The cat is Sven. The dwarf is Mesh, and well,
I'm a little
That's
more
Natari.
than a cat.
Natara's already like ordered a drink and is just sitting in the corner, raises a glass, and just zones out.
that's Natari, but he's not usually with us. You're a cat until you stop thinking like one. I know what you did last night. Anyway.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, either way, come over here, you bastard. This is the way you're gonna treat me? And just, she 100% will embrace you and kind of do that, like, motherly thing where she holds your head and does, like, one of these and, like, kind of looks down you and, like, fusses a little bit and kind of backs off and says, "Well, I think we're gonna need a bigger table than this, huh?"
Most likely.
She kind of gestures towards a larger table off to the left and says, "Please make yourself. I'll order something. Coffee, beer, liquor, anything really."
I'll take liquor.
Would it be coffee and liquor?
Oh,
Same
absolutely,
kind.
This is bridge
I might be
front.
interested to try some of that.
People walk around here with kegs of it over their shoulders to pour for those who need it. To keep some people
Seems to be.
awake throughout the day.
This seems to be needed quite heavily in some parts of the area.
Yeah. Oh, she gestures towards the woman who stands up, and as the woman stands up, you can hear the clatter of, like, armor as well. She stands up, and the face that turns towards you is definitely on the younger side, probably around 35 or 40. Pretty sun-baked, but otherwise Caucasian, red hair, pulled back in a really, like, tight ponytail. And as she turns towards you, you can see, like, through the break in her robe, cloak, the armor of a lunar guard. However, despite that, there are the markings of somebody who is definitely not a regular guard. As she sees, like, people see that, she kind of makes sure to close it up and just kind of gives a nod and says, "Hey." Melia gestures to her and says, "This is Carolyn Stauffer. She's in charge of some stuff around here."
Are you single? I don't ask that.
Natari shoots you a look.
Yeah.
God, that'd be great if you actually did say that.
Yeah.
For more than one reason. So.
Right, Vic just kind of turns to the rest of the party. If I didn't tell you before, try to be on good behavior. As you can see, not to say that I don't wish to speak any ill will, but of course, as you might have noticed, my disposition can be somewhat sunny compared to Melia when she is in a mood. Well, something I've always appreciated in any case. He's not like he's saying that in front of Melia, so he's not like trying to hide that or anything.
What he means to say is, when I get in a mood, I can get rather feisty.
Yes.
Well, I certainly wouldn't like to see you being any more scarier than Vic is.
No, who do you think taught him half of it? Not the miserable part of it. That's sort of part and parcel.
I mean, I see where he gets it from. You were his mentor for a reason.
I think the more accurate thing to say is he is who he is because, well, no, actually, I won't say that.
We love Vic.
I think the more accurate thing to say is that I'm the nice one.
The nice. Oh, that's.
Oh no!
Only sometimes. So.
Well, they say everyone has their tipping points.
That was a joke, if you couldn't tell.
So you are the nice one? I don't think so.
Natari downs their drink. Wait, you can joke? Really?
In any case, I assume Miss Stauffer here has some important business to discuss. If not intruding, of course.
She, looks to Natari like she's gonna say something, and as soon as Vic speaks, it kind of dies, and she seems kind of crestfallen. And Melia says, yes, yeah, let's sit down.
Oh, one moment. Won't get everyone involved, but could be enough to keep things a little louder. More comfortable. Finishes casting the spell, and the bubble goes up.
I cast spell magic. I don't.
I cast Warhammer.
I cast 40k.
And not a bad thing either, like Melia observes as you guys kind of settle down. At least nobody's listening, and now that I got those bastards to think twice about trying to read our minds. Welcome to the Library of Thought. This place is so nice because they like to read people's minds and sell their secrets on the open trade.
Why would you name the place that then? Isn't a little
funny? Most of the people that come in here don't really know anything.
A little on the nose, I suppose, but
keep an eye on that person.
The kind of place that seers, diviners, anything like that, like to come in and pretend that they're important.
Yes, well, good thing I don't think thoughts.
That strikes me as pretty accurate.
What do you
I'm
think?
Usually a pretty good judge of character. So, this is Captain Carolyn Stauffer. She gives a more formal gesture and says, I captain the Criminal Investigatorial Service out of the Lunar Guard. As
Natari immediately starts laughing.
You can't hear it.
Yeah, she can't hear it. She's not a part of this conversation.
Oh, I thought it could fit. Oh, she's just gonna. All right, fine.
You can't fit that many people, and I also thought she was a different part of the room.
No, guys are kind of shoving together into one larger table.
I assumed once we all sat down that Natari would be there because she still needs to hear everything so Daxis can get all the information.
We run out of seats and just sort of flatten her on the table in the middle of everybody.
Did
like a
Dax just
speakerphone.
Did Dax just bomb City Hall or something?
You don't know.
So
He used to be the mayor. Used to.
as Natari laughs, Carolyn does not seem offended. She's just kind of like, yeah, that's what usually people react with. If you don't really know, the Lunar Guard is not exactly the paragon of law and justice as they were supposed to be. And there's only about 20 of us. And really, we only exist because, well, the general keeps us safe. The moment his term is up, we're probably out on our asses.
You don't mind me inquiring what this conversation is about before I unfortunately interrupted.
Well, like Melia starts, generally speaking, it's about the body count that's sort of racked up across Bridgefront. Not that that's necessarily, the most unbelievable thing in a part of the city like this. It's more along the line of, well, let me put it this way. Generally speaking, corpses don't lose all their color and look like they've just seen the most terrifying thing in their fucking lives as we find them dumped in the river or strung about in an alley. And it also doesn't really help that, well, let's just say the amount of bad dreams that have been plaguing this area aren't exactly normal. And for those of you who are not aware, if you happen to step from non-lucid into lucid dreaming and something happens in that dream, you will die. In real life as you do in the dream realm.
Wait. So if you die in reality, you die in real life?
Yes, when you dream, if you die in real life. Is he a child?
He acts like it sometimes. Don't worry about him.
What do you mean I'm not tall enough to ride this ride? I'm an adult.
I want the Mickey Mouse headset. So, is it safe to assume that the dreaming issues are related to these deaths, or are you thinking it's something different?
Yes, the captain begins. There's been a very large increase in the amount of the sales of a drug called Shiver. If you're not familiar, those who take it can generally end up in one of two areas. A, they remain awake and pretty much impervious to anything related to fear. On the other side is they fall asleep, generally into a lucid dream, and often enough a lot of the bodies that are turning up are people that we recognize as being addicts. They're often emaciated, usually anemic. Usually they have nothing on them, no money, hardly next to anything when it comes to clothes, and their family, if they have any at all, don't recognize them or don't claim them.
Out of game, I just want to clarify. We saw some of these people on our way here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Likely.
And
North.
yeah.
Well, we're rather close to the little elf, I don't imagine. There's someone in this area that is producing and distributing it, that you know of.
We think so. The problem is that Bridgefront is lawless. Lunar Guard doesn't patrol there. There's no reason to. No authority is really recognized within that part of the city. The amount of people that live in there, and with the amount of criminals that exist in there, and I'm not talking people like the Silver Palms, people that have some sort of code that they live by, the people that operate within Bridgefront are the kind that would slit your throat for a couple of copper in your pocket. Honestly, the best thing that they've tried over the past 15, 20 years is when the Ludendorffs paid to put up lanterns throughout the area to hopefully make nighttime a little bit safer. Of course, you know,
They stripped the copper from the paint. Sorry.
the lamplighters really didn't last that very long. Strange thing is that a lot of the lamps still get lit, and Bridgefront knows better than to try to steal them. But that's another one of the unbelievable stories that come out of this part of the city, the Lantern Man.
Do you think it's just a rumor?
Does it matter?
As long as the
Someone's
trams
finding
are
that.
on time.
Either way, we have no way to really find anything. I can't go in there. My people can't go in there. Even Melia and she just kind of like looks to Melia. Girl, I love you, but you're not subtle. And she just like sips at her drink and says, "Nah."
Well, perhaps one of my traveling companions might be a bit of a better choice for something like this. Assuming they're willing. As you probably know, I'm not the most subtle either, but you know, Sven, you seem to be able to get along with others a little better than some of the rest of us. Perhaps you and
Suppose.
Daxius, perhaps, might ask around.
Suppose I could.
No one's forcing you, of course, but well, you.
It's better
Would be
than
nice.
being in Eastdom. I don't say that.
As if
It's
you
like-
gotta get worse deeper in.
So Sven just has Tourette's, and every single time he says one of those things, he's actually saying, "I don't say that out loud."
Canon.
He thinks it really loud and then for some reason just says, "I don't say that."
and for some reason, everyone believes him and just forgets it.
It's that
They're
diplomacy.
just really
skill.
understanding.
Yes, the diplomacy skill.
He has such a high diplomacy because he has like Tourette's and shit, and everyone just feels too bad.
I'm sorry, common is not my first language.
Well, if you're able to do it, you'll make a lot better progress than the two of us have had. It's only gotten worse over the past couple weeks. Honestly, I think we're on the edge of a gang war. There's been a lot of rumors that have gone through Bridgefront. Half of it's crazy nonsense, and the other half is still nonsense, but it isn't nearly as crazy.
A gang war between which two gangs?
She just kind of looks to Caroline, and Caroline turns and says, "We've got a cult. At least we think we've got a cult."
A cult and a drug problem. Are they related?
Most definitely, then.
Where goes one, I'm assuming goes the other.
Well, and I'm 72 years old, and in my time, I've been a part of a number of cults. They're fun for as a member.
Actually, that would make sense. Definitely.
It just kind of depends on what drug is involved, per se. But if this is as really bad as you say, you might have quite the issue.
It's extremely addictive, and generally it can kind of put you out of your own misery for a couple of days. And in a neighborhood like this, that can be a welcome relief.
And where could you find such a thing? No.
And what is the injection method?
And just
Are there any
just for
safe injection
information,
sites?
just for information, what's a dosage that you would recommend?
No, actually, it's drank.
You snort it, pop it,
Even better.
Boy,
smoke it.
So,
that's the actual worst one. Just in case anyone was keeping track. That's
And
the
like-
easiest to abuse and distill one.
I don't. I think you're crazy.
And
Alcohol's
like-
not I don't have an alcohol problem.
You have to
In my
apply
travels-
Not alcohol. Well, admittedly, sure, over a length of time, but you can put so much methamphetamine into a liquid form that it's not even funny,
yeah.
and it makes it super easy for people that are really hooked to just be like, oh, just take a little shot. That's like 10 times whatever they were having like a few months back.
Yeah.
I don't have a
Alright.
problem. It's just that the Russians are coming, and I'm a Finnish soldier.
I need to stay up for 3 weeks straight.
Dax, give me a perception check.
Yes, sir. Watch me nat 1 this as well. Close
Oh.
enough.
You notice that there's like some movement down the street, kind of going back towards Breakwater Pier. Like people moving a bit odd, like looking back. You can kind of hear a bit of a noise, but nothing's too clear at this point. Inside.
How? Inside.
No. In the street.
Okay. Okay. Were they like in or like near the building? The Library of Thought.
Sorry, no. The noise you're hearing is from down the street.
Oh.
And it's well out of sight. Like there's way too many people that you can't see anything.
Okay.
You can kind of see it. You hear a bit of a noise and you kind of hear people reacting, but like the way they're looking, they can't see either, so nobody seems really worried.
I'm gonna go down an alley and just like not in Breakwater, but just like over like where I am now on the map, and just climb a building and see if I can get a better vantage point, just so I have awareness of my surroundings. That'll take a minute.
Yeah, it'll take a bit. The issue, part of it at least, is that Bridgefront and the drug dealers and the cult seem to have a symbiotic kind of relationship. One protects the other because at least one of them makes them feel good. Makes it real fucking hard to kind of figure out how to stop something when a lot of the people that are being affected don't want it stopped.
Well, that's the thing. Maybe there's room for another player in the symbiotic relationship, because right now it sounds like their customer basis is dying off. If we could find a way to distill the concentrate to a safer dose, there might be a way for these consenting adults to enjoy their pleasure of choice without it being deadly to them.
So pure it turns blue.
The guard captain looks to Melia, looks to Vic, and says, "Do I have to fucking arrest him?"
It would be better if you just...
I feel like he as a person would be greatly improved by being arrested 1 or 2 times, but for now I
Make
would
that
ask
happen.
him
I do have the
2 times.
authority.
I look to the rest of the party like,
Gurgamesh, I know you're not serious and you don't plan on following through with that, but not everyone does. Make it more clear that it's a joke, even if you have to pretend. Please.
She looks to you, Gurgamash, not believing a damn thing that Vic just said.
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to offend. I've not seen the horrors of the drug trade firsthand. Perhaps it was ignorant of me to speak on them in a diplomatic sense. We all know how good Darughamesh's diplomacy is.
Let me put it this way. A lot of the people that wash up here, they don't have anyone to come and get them. You know what we do with them when we find them? Oftentimes we don't actually study them because that isn't how the Lunar Guard works. Even in my department, I struggle to get anybody to even think of the fact that, hey, maybe testing and studying a cadaver might, show how they died and who might have done it. Most of them just go to a furnace. Daily, we have double digits that go to the furnace. And people like my men have to cart them through the city to Northlight Citadel to do it.
Wait. That's a lot of people per year.
Yeah, it is. And it's only started in perhaps the past couple months, and it's only intensified in the past few weeks. Yesterday...
So this is new.
Newish. But a person or two washing up dead in the Little Elbe, that isn't abnormal. 25 is.
That's terrible.
Having a half dozen people show up dead in an alleyway, faces contorted in abject, unnatural terror, is not normal.
Have you gotten your hands on the drug itself to study its properties?
We know what it is. We just don't really know how to counteract it or stop this.
Well,
we don't even know where it's coming from.
Well, that was what I was getting to. If we know how it's manufactured, if it's like synthesized by an alchemist or maybe it's like a potion brewer, then we might be able to look for signs of the byproducts that's used to make it and then lead to a source that way.
Yeah, well, there's a decent amount of both of those in this neighborhood. Some a little more upstanding than others. Either way, if you find a small vial about yay big with a sticker of a spider on it, you found one. So,
We should
meanwhile,
probably warn Lugo.
at the Hall of Justice, Daxius, you can definitely tell that the commotion has gotten a little more intense. As you get up to the roof and are able to look down one of the streets, you see that there is a part in the crowd as people are rushing to the side. You can see a figure stumbling down the center of the street, bashing at a lunar guard, one or two of which lie on the ground behind it. The guard manages to stumble away, and both you and those of you inside hear a loud whistle as he puts it to his mouth and blows it as hard as physically possible.
Now, is this normal for the area? I mean, the Lunar Guard aren't usually in this area anyway, so that's already kind of ringing some alarm bells.
They're on the edge. Technically, yeah, because you're on the same street as the glass works. So you're right on the edge of what the Lunar Guard are willing to patrol.
Right, okay.
Plus, one of their captains is in the building.
Oh.
You don't know that, but yeah. However, I would not describe the person going down the center of that street as a person. I would describe them as a thing.
That's really sexist.
Okay, is it coming our way? Or
They want to
It is
be
going towards
referred to as thing.
It is going towards the Library of Thought, at least along that street. Those of you inside hear the loud hooting of the whistle, and the captain breaks off middle of her sentence and stands up and says, "That's one of our whistles."
Meanwhile, I'll just cast a message to Vic and just say, "There's a commotion nearby. A lot of guards are knocked out, and by this a person that doesn't look human. It's a little worrying. Just figured you might want to know. Should I act on it? Should I investigate?"
I think we're coming out in a second.
Shall we see what that is?
Looks like
Yeah.
a solid gaseous cloud is wrapped around it too as it shuffles and swings its arms.
I will mention that in a follow-up message. I will creep a little closer, running across the rooftops just to get a closer view since they're going to be coming anyway.
Vic kind of... Well, I'll just turn to the rest of the group. There's something inhuman outside, apparently, accosting the lunar gods in the area. We should probably go.
Yeah, Stauffer's
We just
already
gotta-
like halfway through the building and at the door by the time you're talking.
Yeah,
As
Vic
she
will
opens
just
the
be
door-
following her out.
And Daxis, you hear it as well. As she opens the door, people screaming and running away from this, stumbling over each other, calling for help.
Yeah, I don't know about anybody else, but the noise suppression completely killed the yell there.
Yeah.
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 All right. Gate
So you hear
crashers.
this.
Gate crashers assemble.
Assemble.
So,
We all put our fists together and we have like a Power Rangers like suit up and we get into a giant mech.
How about everyone just rides on Garugumesh's shoulders?
That's what the mech is.
Yeah.
We all think it's a mech, but it's actually all of it. It's a cheerleader's triangle, and Garugamesh is at the bottom.
I mean, in this time period, that is a mech. Yes.
What if we just... wait. When was corrugated paper invented? Wasn't that the 50s?
Good question.
I think so. Maybe a little earlier.
Anyways, I was gonna say we could do like a cardboard mech, but I don't know
1856.
Paper mache.
that. Paper mache, that could work.
That's true. We got origami swarms.
I'm assuming you guys are going to react to it.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
Vic is
Yeah.
heading out at least.
Oh
We're-
yeah, we are
gonna
ready
head
for
out.
battle.
We're just messing about.
So, you guys get out into the street just as like the crowd parts and this thing kind of appears. The guard turns, the one who's been swinging at it just turns and stumbles and starts running because you can see the form of two wounded guards up the street lying prone. The creature that is in the middle of the street definitely looks like it is surrounded by sort of a thick, viscous, gaseous thing that seems to almost come from its head, which is split open at the jaw. Its jaw hangs loose, like down its chest, as whatever it is comes up and out of its actual mouth. The person that this thing is attached to is male, probably younger, not well dressed. That's about as much as I can give you considering the distance. Roll for initiative.
Okay. So is it a monster attached to a person, or is it a person who's transforming into a monster?
Probably low column A, low column B, closer to column A.
I was just about to ask before you said roll initiative, but would there have been enough time for me to have used my wand of gravity bow?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I think as you,
man.
the people start screaming, you hear the door open, you're able to react.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Is
Yeah, so
Sven-
people have.
Do you think Sven has Sasha with him, or
I don't know, you never said
No.
one way or the other.
yeah?
It's worth mentioning Gurgamesh has some teamwork feats now.
Oh yeah.
Hey, that's
Uh,
awesome.
All right, so
Oh.
here are my teamwork feats. I have the ability to give everyone this teamwork feat because I'm really cool like that. Because I have a skill called Tactician, but it is Precise Strike, which I
Got
believe you've got it, Sven. But I'll read it aloud for everyone. So I only get it for 3 turns. So probably what I'll end up doing is if I'm in position with someone, then I'll activate it for everyone. But here is Precise Strike. Whenever you and an ally who has the same feat are flanking in the same creature, you deal an additional 1d6 point of persistent damage with each successful melee attack. This bonus damage stacks with other sources of precision damage, such as sneak attack. This bonus damage is not multiplied on critical hit.
Didn't you also retrain for outflank?
Yes, I also have Outflank now.
I also have that.
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
so. Tactician works. I don't know if it's an immediate. Oh, it's a standard action. So that. Okay, so it's a standard action to use to activate Tactician. but 3 rounds plus 1 for every 2 levels. So so it's 4 rounds. So you'd get precise strike for 4 rounds.
I think Melia also has some tactician teamwork feats. Oh, she kind of needs her horse to do some stuff as well.
Which is
Oh,
definitely
is
not in
she?
the area.
No, I don't think so.
Um,
That's fine. She still works fine without it.
Do we have a map for this to see if we're flanking?
I'm not gonna.
Nope.
Okay,
I think there's
Okay.
the see theater of the
One-
mind.
It's one enemy.
it's one enemy.
It's one enemy.
I kill
How
him.
big is he?
It is about. I mean, it's medium in size, so it's about the size of an average human being.
Oh,
Now, since Barry killed it, I'm actually going to revive
It's
it on my
like-
turn.
Oh, that's a good play. That's a good play.
person.
Also, I'm just now remembering we forgot to do the loot distribution from the drow situation.
Oh yeah, maybe I'm not
Oh.
4. We'll do that later.
Doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
not.
Well,
Yeah, not right now. Well, the only reason I remembered it was like, it would be nice if I had that crossbow right now, but it's fine. We'll worry about that later.
All right. So, Sven, you get to react first. By the way, Caroline rushes to engage as well, and Melia holds her back. They
I
don't
was
seem
gonna.
to be engaged.
What is the name of the lunar guard person? Is
Is it
she in right?
Caroline?
Is she near me?
Caroline, yeah, there's the
Yeah.
two of them are staying. Well, Melia just held her back near the door to let you guys go ahead.
Oh, okay.
You just hear her
Can
go,
I-
"No, hold up, girl. Just hold up," and just
Can
kind of
I-
holds her.
Can I cast Bull Strength on Garugamesh? Like, would that give him a bonus, or do you have enhancement stuff from other places?
Please
That's
give
right.
me bull strength. I wish I could give it to myself.
What
Well,
does
'cause
bull, what is bull strength? Is it +2 or +4?
It's plus
4
4,
enhancement
Okay,
bonus.
then it would help.
but it is enhancement, so it would overwrite other stuff.
Yeah, so it would increase your strength by 2 up to 22 now. So it would help,
What?
but not as much as it normally would.
Why wouldn't
Does
it
give
help
him
as much as
2
it
more
normally would?
damage.
Because you already have an enhancement bonus in the form of your strength belt.
Oh, I see.
So instead of a +2 to your strength score, it's a +4, which is effectively a +1 from what you already have.
Gee,
But
I
because
see.
it's because enhancement bonuses don't stack.
For some reason, it's only given me.
You got to set it to cast
Okay,
level
you-
7 or 8.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see.
Huh. Okay. Well. I think I'm gonna cast it on myself then, and then move in around its side to start trying to flank it. I don't know if I can get to its flank right now, like with also casting.
No, I don't think you'd have enough movement.
But I will cast it on myself.
All right.
And I am also. Oh wait, hold on. No, I'm not. No. Okay, I'm not casting it on myself. Should I cast it on you, Vic?
Be about as useful as it would be for everyone. Maybe slightly more since I don't have the VAB to back it up.
So you get within striking distance.
No, I'm moving myself near. I don't really have any spells for fighting in a city. Kind of all these are too flashy or too destructive, I will say. So I'm not really sure. Is there anyone else fighting it that looks competent?
The guards have all either fallen or retreated.
Fallen, you say?
Yeah, I described 2 writhing forms of lunar guards up the street.
Yeah.
It's us. It's just us.
All lunar guards
It's
should
just
have
you.
life alert.
All right.
I've fallen.
I'll cast the bull strength on Vic then,
Okay.
and then I'll move near it, but not like in melee with it yet. I want to close that next turn.
Okay. Let me know when you come within 10 feet of it.
I'm not sure what the layout is, but I figure I don't want to get too close
Oh.
to it. I'll
What
probably be
was
like,
our distance coming up to it.
yeah, like how far away was it when we came out of the building?
I would say, like, at worst, maybe about 40 or 50 feet out.
If I cast a spell and use a movement, then I'm going 20 feet, so I'm 30 feet away from it this turn.
Okay. Alright. Is that all you're doing this turn?
Yep. Forgot to
Alright.
press the enter button.
Fergs, you're up.
Alright. While stepping up to it, just sort of rotates his neck a little bit as he looks around. Well, at least they're out of the way anyhow. Let's see how this goes. And there's a moment where there's sort of just a tracing of an absence of air in front of him. Group. So we're gonna go ahead and see if this works as a swift action. The spot in the air kind of glows with a bit of an orange light as the symbol turns to one side, and it looks kind of like a skeletal claw, and then the air around the creature's head erupts with the same sort of hue as a bunch of curved jets of acid start to leach into it. Or do they? That's not quite... No. +4. Well, where's +4 coming from? Okay. Would a 12... I've made his touch AC.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
Cool. Then it's going to be a grand total of 4 points of damage. And his AC and saving throws are taking a -2 penalty for 1 round.
Okay.
At which point, we're going to go ahead and cast an actual spell, which ends up being mainly what Fernix's tail was doing, kind of like traces a rectangular shape in the air and then grabs around the bottom of a clear hafted handle of ice. So we're lobbing a spontaneously generated frost hammer at its face. That's going to be a ranged touch attack.
Yep, that definitely hits.
Okay. So this is half cold and half bludgeoning. It's a magic. It's a magically generated frost hammer. And if it takes any bludgeoning damage from the hammer, I can attempt a trip combat maneuver against the target, but I can use my caster level and my spellcasting ability modifier instead.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming that happened, and that means we're going with 32 against the CMD.
I believe that definitely passes, yes.
Get down on the flow. Just smashes straight into him and pretty much just lays him out horizontally.
Okay.
And I'm going to just sort of like dust my hands off as I'm coming up closer. All right, let's see what all the fuss is about. I'll close to about 15 feet, and that's going to be it for me.
Okay. Well, it is going to spend all of its movement rising. Or at least trying to. Now that you're a bit closer, you can tell that, yeah, the body that is being dragged along is not the monster. The monster is what is coming out of its mouth. In the thick, almost viscous smoke which surrounds it, you can almost see the movement of tortured faces and grasping hands appearing and disappearing as the mist wafts about. Other than that, it is unable to do anything else. I believe so.
Well,
let me just check that.
it's still got a standard action.
Yeah,
I don't
standing
think
up is a move.
Okay.
So
Well, even if
He's
it,
not in melee range with anyone.
No.
Unless he has a ranged attack.
looks like I can piss away a standard action as part of, or as doing move.
Yeah, you can move.
Then it's going to close on you, Fernix, but it's unable to do anything else. Give me a will save. Probably gonna pass this, but I'm gonna ask anyways.
I never know.
Yeah, you definitely passed
Hey.
it.
Just barely.
There's the 20.
Closely. Close.
The only one I think we'll see.
All right. Daxius, you and Atari are up.
So
It's
quickly,
right next to me.
I do want to. Dax is going to look down the street and just try and get a closer look at the other bodies that have followed in its wake. Like, are they like ghastly? Are they like drained of color and like bubbling up or some shit? Do they look like they were
No.
possessed in a similar way? Or
They look like they've had the shit beaten out of them, and most of them look like they're choking on something.
choking on something?
Or grasping at their heads. It's a bit difficult to tell from the distance.
Okay, but Fernix looks fine in melee range with them.
That you know of. Fernix, it's
All
definitely a
right.
fucking terrifying thing to see, you know, this creature peeking out of the ripped apart jaw of an obviously dead human being.
Yeah. I look okay for the moment.
And you did notice when it moved that, like, the legs of the corpse didn't walk. It dragged them forward.
Oh, Jesus. So, whole person won't work on this guy. So, I guess the first thing I'll do is, since Fernix is in melee range now, Natari's gonna run up and flank from Fernix's side. Do I need to make a will save?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, they might likely fail this.
Nope, they do not.
Oh, okay, there we
They
go.
pass.
And they're going to take some stabs at them.
Alright.
Just make sure.
What properties do her weapons have?
I think she just has standard rapier, actually. Didn't have enough money for a magical weapon.
Okay.
So, alright.
That definitely hits.
Would that be sneak attack?
Yeah, sure. Alright.
And then with her, since she now has the spring attack feat, she's going to take a 5-foot step back.
Okay. So,
Uh,
she closes it in and gives it a stab. And it's like a lot of that weapon seems to just pass through nothing before finding purchase in the corpse, or less, or lack of better words, inside. And you can hear well, she and Fernix are able to hear the creature give out a almost gasping scream. That's not ear-piercing, but it is fucking unsettling.
Christ. Okay. And with that, my original idea was the whole person, but instead, I'm going to just start up a bardic performance as everyone on the street just begins to hear, like, almost like next to their ears, like really close up, like just the ringing of bells. Like, you could be mistaken for like a ringing in your ears, like, but just there's some bells going on in the street, and near where the creature is, there's like a small gust of wind that's trying to like push back against the fog and carry it away on the wind, but it's not powerful enough to do anything. And that'll be my turn.
What size creature would that affect?
Oh no, it's just thaumaturgy, so it just
Okay.
makes like
It's
a
not technically real, yeah. Okay.
yeah, it's just an effect. But just so you all are aware, now that I'm actually, let me double check. I'm pretty sure my Inspired Courage actually does give you a +2 now.
Alright, Vic, you're up.
Oh, I think I'm up.
No.
Oh no,
No,
I don't.
Vic is up.
The horn sound. The horn sounded for me.
That's
Okay.
to let you know you're next.
Oh,
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it is
Anyway.
+2 now.
Can I, if we switch the caster level to whatever the next level is, 5, I assume,
Yes,
uh,
5.
it should update all the values automatically.
Yeah.
Can I try to do a knowledge check for identifying this thing?
You can try.
That's one of the few things that I'm supposed to be doing with this class. What type of check would this be?
Planes.
Planes. So I'm not bad at that. This would be a 23 total with because of my monster lore feature.
So what do you want to learn?
I mean, immunities.
It is immune to acid, electricity, and sonic damage. It is immune to mind affecting.
Okay, that was the one I was waiting for.
Yep.
I guess I don't know how many questions that gets me, but is the aura it's giving off a fear effect?
Not
So
yes,
I'll
but
give you
not
the-
no.
I'll give you the context, and then you can determine based on that. I have this spell called Remove Fear, which gives a +4 bonus, +4 morale bonus against fear effects.
Then yes.
I was going to cast that on Gurgamish, so he has a little bit of a better chance on these will saves.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Then that would be my main question. I don't know if I get any more questions, but if I know the name of this thing, that would also be cool. Or have some idea of what it might be. Is it like a spirit thing, perhaps, or...
Doesn't seem like it.
Okay,
This seems wholly unfamiliar.
funky. Does it cost an action to ask Fenrir if this thing is giving off an evil aura?
I don't think it would cost you basically anything.
I mean, talking's free, so...
Yeah, talking's a free action.
Yeah, I just didn't know if I had to take a turn to activate it or anything.
No. As long as he's conscious, you're able to speak with him.
Well, I guess I'll ask him, assuming he's conscious, and if he doesn't respond, I'll
Yeah.
go around.
His response is send it back to hell.
On it. One moment, though. He just kind of... Vic just, oh, I can do multiple people. Who else has bad will saves?
Natari.
Okay, it's one creature plus one additional creature per 4 levels, so I think that's 3? Because or no, 2, because I'm level 7 now. So within 40 feet, so I assume Natari's close enough for that.
Sven has a +8 to his will.
That's fine. Gurgamish has like a 4, so I'm giving it to him.
Hmm.
And Atari has a +2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so just reaching under the shirt to grab the holy symbol and just kind of focusing for a second, and just like snapping the fingers and the burst of energy just coalesces around Atari and Gurgamish. So for the next 10 minutes, you have a +4 bonus against fear effects.
Oh, why, thank you,
nice.
darling.
Thank you.
That'll be my standard move action. I'll start getting a little closer. Maybe not quite within the aura, but definitely going to do that. And for my swift action, Pop a Judgment, of course. I think I'm gonna start off with saves for now, and I might switch that later.
Okay.
But that is it for me. I just moved like 15 feet away, like Fernix did.
Sure. All right, Gurimash, you're up.
Okay. Well, I am going to if I move, am I within striking distance with my hammer?
If you move 40 feet, yes.
Oh wait, I think my move.
Your move's 30. If you
Yeah, it's
charge it,
30.
you can get to it.
Okay. What are the rules for charging again?
Full round action, single attack, +2 to it, +2 to hit, -2 to AC.
You have to have a
Plus
straight
2 to-
line, and you have to have at least 10 feet between you and the target.
Okay. I'm trying something new, so give me a minute here. So I'm going to turn on my Greater Rage from Rotozone's Legacy Mask, and then I'm going to put on my Reckless Abandon buffed by my Headband of Havoc. And then I'm going to charge and attack with my hammer, and that's a single attack, right?
Yep.
Okay. And
Were any of those things actions, or were those just buffs you can have on?
I believe they're immediate. So Greater Rage I can do as an immediate, and Reckless Abandon is just a rage feature.
Okay. Yeah,
and
because
then I'm going to use Surprise Accuracy, which would give me a +2. And then I get. Did you say I get another +2 because I'm charging?
yes.
Okay, so it's a +4. I will power attack.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
A lot of 2s this session.
All right.
You're lucky that its AC is real fucking stupid low.
Oh. Well. Okay. Well, I charge, and I guess that's my turn.
Mm-hmm. You're able to charge up, and obviously give me your will save.
That
You're-
buff I posted in the chat, you should be able to add directly.
Oh, okay.
Like just where it says remove fear, just drag it onto your character sheet.
Cool. I've activated it, and
It should
Will
probably
save.
just give you a context.
hey, a lot of 2s.
Shockingly, that passes.
Oh, nice. I'm not afraid of nothing. Hell yeah.
Oh, also that's without the greater rage. Or the remove fear. Sorry. Because the
Oh, that
remove
is?
fear would just be a context note. If you see it under the words or where it says the roll in your will saving throw.
Yeah.
So that's not there for everyone. That's not adding to the bonus, so it would actually be a 14.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see.
Well, the
Okay,
DC's
cool.
9.
Okay. Yeah, I was worried about the saves for a second, but I don't actually have to be worried about the saves now.
Then you're up.
Okay, so as a
At the
swift,
start of your turn, by the way, I'm gonna go ahead and pop. You have a potion on you, right? Just any.
Me?
yeah,
Yep. Then one of those which we talked about previously. Totally, we definitely discussed it. That one lights up with sort of weird nascent energy and kind of like covers you with a field of shifting shadows. So you've got basically 5 off the first damage that you take from physical or energy in the next 8 rounds
okay,
as my immediate action.
cool. So as a swift action, I am applying Aspect of the Bull on myself. A class feature which I've basically never used is my aspects because they have a very limited use. But I'm gonna do that. So that gives me a +4 strength bonus for a couple of turns.
Minutes per level.
Is it minutes per? Oh yeah, okay. Well, for a while
You
then.
can use it for one ring. Yeah, it's very useful.
Yeah. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to move and spend my action equipping my shield and drawing my weapon.
All right.
And that brings me to 10 feet away from it.
Okay. Fernix,
It's
you're
my
up.
turn.
Well, I staring it in the face, and I'm like, did I notice that the acid didn't hurt it?
Also, it can't be tripped, so I shouldn't have wasted that either, but whatever. Yeah, you would have noticed that it just sort of passed through the gas.
Yeah.
Sorry, my headphones died. Did anyone say anything to me? No.
Good.
Okay. Okay. Just making sure.
Was gonna just look back over it if it can be like, anything else that doesn't work against it?
Don't try to scare it. Or charm it.
Is that
I
really
try and
what you're
seduce
giving me
it.
with?
I try and seduce
So
it.
Just hit it with something that's real. Or not just, or
Should have asked me what its AC is.
it's not that high.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
I take a 5-foot scoot back. You're really leaving me with, I'm gonna use my lightning thing on it.
Fernix,
Really?
I don't know what to tell you. I don't have your spellbook. Just shoot it with an arrow, or throw a rock at it. I don't care. Just
I'm just gonna burn it to death. Fuck this.
go for it. Sounds
Immune
perfect.
to
Alright.
fire,
Oh,
actually. No.
Okay. Is it actually
And
mean
this
to fire?
hopefully-
No, it is not immune
How
to
funny.
fire.
How funny would that be?
Okay. It should still be 4 lower. I don't know why. Whatever thing I was trying to get out of there to get it to add the right number in, I missed it. But oh well. 22 probably hits it.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Oh, okay. So it does do 1 more fire damage, so it's 5 fire damage, and it has to make a reflex save. DC 19,
It fails.
or it catches fire.
Oh, it's one of
Cool. It
those.
takes
Oh, great.
You
Yeah,
mean the
it
rule
takes,
that Gray told me to get rid of for the arsenal?
So
Like
it takes 1d6 fire damage, but part of the effect also causes it to deal an extra d6 fire damage when it takes any kind of damage, including from this.
Ooh.
Okay.
And yep,
My God, I thought we got away
just look-
from these spells. Jesus.
You thought.
All right. I mean, it worked.
well,
It worked.
Mhm.
with any luck, this should be the last of it. He just looks at it and he's just like, I know I'm not supposed to say things like this, but you're fucking gross. So we're gonna go ahead and roll straight up with
All right.
breathing out a cone of what at first looks like kind of just slowly accelerating mist, but generally the air starts to speed up inside of about 3 seconds to the point where it starts to blur and moves too fast for light to be applied to it, or at least that's what it
Caught in
appears to
this.
be.
Because it's a cone, right?
Yep. But
Probably
I can make
is.
it a smaller cone, as it's up to 5 feet per caster level.
Okay.
So just hit.
Okay. That's
and,
definitely better.
Yep. So it's a DC 19 reflex save, and
That's that one. So it's halved.
yep.
Yep.
And then okay. Also add in that extra D6 from that last action, so it should be 13 halved, and it passed that save, so I think that's gonna be it.
Okay. All right. Everybody within 10 feet, give me a will save. Let me just check that.
What was it
That
for?
is indeed a will save.
You said it was +4, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you just add the buff to your character sheet, it'll show in the context notes.
Okay, I'll do that real quick.
Shit.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
There he is. In the Grey Void.
Mm.
Sven is
Wait,
fine.
am I?
Fast.
I'm
You're
at
also
10
not within
feet.
10 feet.
Okay, I didn't know.
Oh. Yeah, I was like, what happened? Got thrown a few
So,
miles west.
Birch, you're the only one who will
Alright.
get this. But like the sprite for this thing in the combat tracker looks like in Space Station 13 the morph when it's dead.
Oh yeah.
Everybody will
That's
be
true.
taking 7 points of negative energy damage, and Sven, you are now staggered.
Okay.
You said 7?
Yep, 7.
Oh, this is a different
So,
effect.
As it
so Barry,
Uh-huh.
the thing I gave you absorbs 5 of that, and it turns into basically a +2 a chemical bonus to whatever you want. You get that now instead.
basically it reaches up and just lets this
I can't see
wall of green gas fly out, enveloping everyone that is within 10 feet of it. Then you see literally whatever it is that terrifies you the most swirling about in the clouds around you, trying to work its way into your mouth, into your ears, into your
Gnomes.
nose.
God, not the nose.
Everyone else, that
Not
happens to them
that.
too, but thankfully you realize what's being shown to you isn't real.
No.
Oh God, nobles! Natari
Oh,
comes through
oh
it.
no.
Axius, you and Natari are up.
Natari is going to take a move 5 feet and is going to take a strike.
Alright. Yep, that hits.
All right, and that I actually the precision damage there is the sneak attack damage.
Okay.
Because thank you, Vic, for showing me how to add that without having to roll it separately.
Alright.
And after she makes that attack, she's actually using spring attack, gonna take 10 feet backwards. Actually, 15 feet just to get out of the gas.
Yeah.
And Daxius is just going to get prone on the ground, like move a little bit and try and stealth with his move.
Okay.
And then take a attack. Rapid shot, point blank. Oh no, I'm not. I'm more than 30 feet away, aren't I?
Probably, considering you're up on like a 2-story roof.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. You're pretty sure you hit it. So,
Shit, I forgot to add the sneak attack bonus on the roll. Shit.
Well, if you were stealth, that would be against flat-footed AC anyway. Or at least the first one would.
Okay.
And I'm going to attempt after hitting to just I'm gonna try sniping. I've never actually done this before, but it's a -20, which becomes a -12 because of my magic item.
Mhm.
So yeah. Nope. Nope.
Okay.
And that ends my turn.
Vic, you're up.
Okie doke. I'm slightly less concerned about my saves at this point, but another slight question. Would that roll have been good enough to give me an idea of whether or not this thing has, like, DR evil or DR good or something?
Yeah, it does.
It
DR
does,
magic,
okay.
DR good.
Okay.
That's why a lot of the hits haven't really been landing as much as you wanted them to.
In that case, I'm going to swift action swap to the Smiting Judgment, which at level 6 can give me DR good, which will be helpful. I'm then going to approach the 10 to 15 feet, however much is there with the move, and make a single attack with Fenrir.
How do you want to do this? You don't need to roll a 7.
Nice.
He could roll in that one.
Hold on. Let me pull
It is
my,
Vic.
put all my
We
stuff.
do have to check.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
It was 30. Yeah, so I imagine Fenrir is very happy about the opportunity here.
Oh yes, yummy, yummy. You do hear Melia scream out, "Don't hit its head!"
The person's
Keep its
head,
head.
or I mean, I was aiming for the gas cloud, not the
Yeah.
person anyway.
That should be okay. But she still yells that because it's hard to see through the swirling gas, around you.
Yeah, just like 3 confident steps up and then just like a right hook through the gas cloud and just shred through it.
You're welcome for the bull strength, by the way.
I got 1 tech.
You should probably thank Sven though, or really Barry, since he was the one who decided to give it to you.
So,
Yeah.
You swing through the gas, and it's like that wolf's head wraps around something and just rips it clean off. And you watch as the gas begins to dissipate, it just sort of leaving out almost like a sad howl. Whatever it was that was gripping the corpse lets it go, and the emaciated, ripped up body falls to the ground and just lands in a heap.
I want to go over to the 2 lunar guards that were convulsing on the ground to try to see if I could help them pass whatever the issue is.
Probably
I'll
some
motion
healing
for-
and...
I think he got it.
What was that?
I'll motion for Sven to follow because he seems to be that kind of guy.
Yeah, I'm a healer type.
Melia and Caroline
Fernix,
go
please.
over towards the corpse a while.
I'm kind of the healer of the party,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
well, technically you don't have the scroll, but so you can't actually do any healing. Not easily, anyway.
I have 2 wands of Cure Light Wounds, and a heal check that's pretty nice, and Soothing Mud, and... Actually, no, I got rid of all
I'll
my good
start.
berries. No, I didn't use any of them today.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that they're not also infected, the guards.
No,
Hold
but
on.
you get up there, and obviously you can
Alright.
see where it beat the shit out of them.
I can good berry 16 people.
But
today.
the way that they're like grabbing at them definitely seems like they're not possessed, but they think something is happening that isn't real.
Okay. I actually have a few more remove fear, which should just suppress that for a few minutes. So that would, at the very least, give them 10 minutes to get to a cleric to help clear this off.
Yeah, can I roll to disbelieve, actually?
You weren't affected. Or no,
Oh, I
yeah.
thought I
As
was.
soon as the gas dissipated, it ended.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Only you
No,
saw
Barry-
whatever you saw on that.
I think Sven's actually rolling to disbelieve reality. Like, he's just completely disconnected after this experience.
Yeah.
Trying to convince himself to forget the fact that he basically signed the party up for a contract with War Boss again. Or Crime Lord
Yeah.
again.
And almost died in a fuse
Sorry,
slate
Dave.
of musket balls.
Nah, that was Guru
Yeah.
Mesh's fault.
They
That was not my fault.
Thankfully, the remove fear does work, and like the 2 poor guards kind of come down, looking into like no longer into the middle distance while they're like scrambling at their throats, and they just like calm down, and finally, it allows you those of you who are trying to provide some sort of healing the ability to do so. The injuries that they suffered aren't extreme; they're primarily bruises, probably maybe some broken bones. But, this thing didn't try to rip a limb off.
Is there a dirt area somewhere around
The
here?
street. The street is all dirt.
Okay,
All
somewhere that
Dirt.
I don't want to cast Soothing Mud in the street. I feel like that would
You can
be
go into an
a
alley.
bad
It is
idea.
also all dirt. Everything here
Okay.
is dirt.
It might
Honestly-
also just be shit.
Just telling these
Yeah.
guards it'll be fine. Just
That's
roll
night
around in
soil.
the
Come
street.
on.
Honestly, if Barry cast that spell in an alleyway, it'd probably clean it up a little bit.
So, I'm assuming you come down off of the roof.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm staying up there. I'm not.
I cast spike growth.
I mean, I have no reason to go down there. They seem to have like the rest of the gate crashers
That's
seem
where
to
I'm
have a
going to
handle.
institute a rule of if you say shit, you have to roll it.
No, my entire personality is saying dumb shit.
No, the consequences of my
sure?
actions are coming to fruition.
Oh,
So-
no.
Caroline and Melia both kneel down alongside this, what remains of this poor body. So, kind of pull him over onto his back. Like I said, jaw is like completely dislocated, hanging down, like tongue lolling out. It is horrific to look at. His skin is pallid, like concrete gray. His eyes are wrapped and ringed with sheer terror. And it looks like how he died was not pleasant.
Okay.
Jesus.
I'm gonna.
Can we bring him back?
Oh, buddy, he is long gone. He is long gone.
I
you know,
mean,
a good night's sleep
resurrection.
should patch you right up.
Well, that just happened.
I'm assuming sort of those that are on the ground are coming to see this, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the remove fear
Anyone
only
else
lasts
who
for
can't
10
get
minutes.
over here?
So the main thing was just like, making sure they're not fucked up
Yeah.
and then sending them off to the clerics to get cured.
Caroline stands up as you bring the two guards, like, to rejoin them, and she says, oh, fucking shit. She turns to the one that wasn't affected and says, secure the streets. She then turns to the two that were affected and says, see a cleric, and then go to City Hall. Go, now. The two of them just, and are gone.
Hopefully that 10 minutes is enough time for them to get there.
They're booking it. And City Hall actually is not that very far away.
That was more of a thinking out loud from Vic.
Well, it better
Okay.
fucking best well be, because... And she just kind of looks to the guy. He's young, he's male. Otherwise, he seems pretty average. Clothes are not great, but... He doesn't seem like bridge, front scum, in a way.
Yeah, Natari will just... What Natari does, just will kick the body a little bit and be like, yeah, this is not the usual crowd around here.
Yeah, as soon as she, toes at it, Caroline reaches down and says, don't touch it.
Okay, Miss fucking Touchy over here. Goddamn.
Go
But
ahead and cast another spell on myself.
Hmm.
Natari, you don't have the best track record with things that spontaneously explode.
Yeah, well, it's kind of been that way all my life. I got used to it. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
She then
Let's
kind of looks
a little
around
longer.
as the crowds are starting to come out and says, keep people back. She then points to Vic and says, let's move him into an alley now.
Vic's got some. Well, I've probably got some cloth or a cloak or something. I can just wrap it in. And,
We have the
I'll
corpse
cover
tarp.
oh yeah, we've been carrying that around since the first time we used the tarp for.
Don't worry, we've got just the thing for this.
God.
Go back
I
to the
forgot about
wagon.
that.
It's like a big crinkly black sheet.
Still bits of the old corpses stuck to it.
Oh
Like off a
god.
chunk of skull.
You're able to move the corpse out of the street, and you're giving him somewhat of a cover, and Melia just looks at Caroline and says, fucking what? And Caroline is just like, you have no fucking idea who that is, do you?
The-
She then points, makes sure she's standing in front and turns her face in the alleyway and says, that man is nobody. His uncle, however, is the magistrate of commerce.
been really fucked if that guy was Arthur Scrivener and you just killed him off before I met him.
No.
Was it Archduke of Commerce?
Magistrate.
Magistrate.
Has anyone checked his body?
Actually, on that is where we're going to end.
Oh.
Okay.
The autopsy will have to wait.
The autopsy will indeed have to wait.
Mm.
So,
Oh.
and on that note, yep, I guess we're going to be bringing tonight's session to a nice little close with a bit of a cliffhanger, considering that the person who is dead is the nephew of someone very fucking powerful in this city.
Don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to see the next part. Otherwise, we won't stream.
We'll know.
That's
So,
right.
We're talking about you, dear viewer.
Yeah, specifically you. You know who you are.
You're the only one that's made it this far.
Like, comment, and subscribe, or we'll kill you.
Alright, so we'll see you guys all next week as we take our next step into seeing what the horrors of Bridgefront await us. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Night.